What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, July 31st, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, football is back. I've got my lock for the NFL Hall of Fame game in Canton tonight.
Wow, that is so scary.
That is so scary for the people who won't be winning. I agree. We also have day one of Texas fall camp in the books. The biggest takeaways from the first day of practice down on the 40. Some sound from Steve Sarkisian as well over his biggest observations from fall practice. The Major League Baseball trade deadline is today at 5 o'clock. The Astros made a move late last night. Will they make another one? Will the Rangers do anything? And in hour two, we've got the Bucks all-time Texas football team with a big caveat. We'll get to that in the 8 o'clock hour, plus another pretty funny moment from the W that we have to get into.
No, they can't help themselves now, huh?
No one's talking about the WNBA for the on-court basketball anymore. They're talking about them for the flying dildos and the horrible advertising slogans and everything else. But hey, all pub is good pub for them, right? Oh, man.
I would say yes.
They need it. They need everything they can get. Yep. So we got a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate y'all starting your Thursday with us. It is a Buck Off Thursday, so send in your Buck Ons and Buck Offs as well. We are locked. We are loaded. We are ready to roll. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing good, man. I got a short night last night. I didn't get much sleep because, the thing that we'll talk about in the second hour, it started with me at about midnight. And so when it was time to finally get to bed, my wife was snoring to Home on the Range, where the deer and the antelope graze or whatever it is. I've never heard that before. And there was at least a name that I couldn't think of, which drives me crazy. That name should have come to my head pretty quickly, about a defensive player from way back with Texas. And when she got ready to go to the second version of Home on the Range, when she hit the second part of Home, his name came right to me. I'm like, good Lord. So, and then I went upstairs for 2 hours and slept on the big taco, which, thank God I'm in this relaxed back chair right now, because, dude, the big taco was engulfing my whole body. It like twisted me up when my feet were almost touching my head. And I went back down for a good hour to try to sleep. And I probably last night got about 2 hours, 2.5 hours of real sleep.
Don't you have a guest room in your house?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go there?
I can't mess up the bed in there.
All right, so go sleep in there and then make it up when you're done.
Yeah, I may have to start doing that, but it doesn't happen that often. My wife tells me to get earplugs because she uses them. I can't sleep with those things in my ear. I got to know what's going on around me. Plus, if I put earplugs in, I'm just sleeping and I'm lost with my own thoughts. Can you imagine being in my own head trying to go to sleep?
That's a scary thought for anybody.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, it can't be that quiet. I can't do that. But
it's better than hearing Home on the Range in harmony. It sounds like she had a whole choir going last night.
This was on a side sleep. This wasn't when you're on your back. And she was out. And, I don't do the nudging thing. I don't do it. First of all, I thought it was the little dog at the end. So I was kicking the dog, and it's like the dog's like, hey, what are you kicking me for? It's not me. Check out your ears where it's coming from. I'm like, oh, boy. There it is. It is coming from near Home on the Range, where the deer and the antelope play. How do you do that? How do you snore to that?
How do you stay in there and try to sleep? That's my question. I mean, I'm with you. Like,
I did it for about 40 minutes. I tried. I just tried to close my eyes, turn my side, and then it was just can't. And here I go, trouncing up those 18 flights, at midnight. And one of these times, when I go down there in the dark, you're going to hear the boom, and I don't have my watch on at that time. Remember, I don't sleep with my life alert on, so I could be at the bottom of the stairs, just there moaning for hours. Only the dog can come and save me.
Again, you got a guest room. Go sleep in that thing. If your wife yells at you, whatever, it's worth getting some sleep and not falling to your death walking up the stairs in the middle of the night, isn't it?
No, the heat from the next day is way too much. I can recoup from an injury.
You can't recoup from getting yelled at, huh?
No, I can't. That's hard. Those things are hard to recoup from.
We got to get her. We got to get her to the sleep cycle center, man. That snoring ain't good for her.
It's once, and I'm going to say it's probably once or twice a month, but it's like a loud one. It's like an annoying one, that you just timing up waiting for the next one while you try to go to sleep. You hear that next, and it's coming in rhythm. I can hear my dog bark outside and figure that out and fall asleep. But the one that's right in your ear is the one that just, and I know, and Gaz, or we're this, and she says, every once in a while, I'll do it. Now, I do it when I used to drink, I would do it, but I don't, I even pay attention to it and the way I turn and stuff like that, because I don't want to be doing that, because that's annoying to me. Because like I said, I hear everything. I can't see for shit. I'm taking drops in my eyes for some stuff now because I'm old, but I can't, but I can hear stuff. And like I said, I can't put plugs in my ears and not hear stuff. It would drive me out of my mind, because, a mind is a terrible thing to waste, and minds is just a terrible thing to have. So I just don't know what I would do with myself if I just had my thoughts in there. Oh my
I think
God.
that's the second part of that expression. I think you got the first part right, but I don't think there's a second stanza there.
Oh, the mind is not a terrible thing.
No, mine is a terrible thing to waste. That part is right, but mine is a terrible thing to have. I don't think that's a real expression that you just used.
Oh, it's for me, yes. Mine is a terrible thing to have. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. We do appreciate it. And to you and your families, be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed.
So my voice is a little gone because I just don't know. I haven't rested my voice.
The Buck didn't get much sleep last night, so he spent his night putting together his all-time Texas football team. We will get into that in the second hour of today's show. So we'll see what the Buck came up with, and we'll take your thoughts, obviously.
Oh, it'll piss a bunch of people off. All you olds and youngs alike.
Remember, everybody gets mad. When you're having all-time conversations about anything, you're going to tick off a number of people. It's inevitable. You could try all you want to not, but you ain't solving everybody.
Yeah, I just like for people that if I miss them, put them in, join me, help me figure this out, because it's hard. It's hard, especially with the little caveat that goes along with this. It's not easy.
It's not easy, but you know what will be easy tonight?
Oh, making some money.
Making some money. Football is back tonight. The opening game of the 2025 season is going down in Canton,
Oh my
Ohio.
God, you're calling it the opener even.
It's the opener, the site of the NFL Hall of Fame. Yeah, it's fitting that the opening game of football in 2025 is at the side of the NFL Hall of Fame, isn't it? 7 o'clock tonight on NBC and Peacock. I'm a Peacock Buck. You got to let me fly. You got to let me fly into this new season. It's the San Diego Chargers of Los Angeles going up against the Detroit Lions.
That coach, that guy who didn't come to Texas,
Dan Campbell, the guy you failed to recruit to the University of Texas. He really wanted to come here, and you told him, no, we don't want you.
He didn't make my list.
I don't think that's what happened. That guy's dad wanted him to be an Aggie, so his dad must have been weird, and that's
no, he wasn't. He was a nice man. He wasn't a weird guy. Family was very normal.
You can't fix them. I don't know. Nothing normal about those
wild mountain goats. It wasn't bad.
And black deer.
Black deer, yeah. That's what you do.
So it's Dan Campbell tonight against Harbaugh and the Chargers. And look, this was a tough one for me to handicap because you have two football hardos here, right? Like a lot of coaches would not give a rat's ass about the Hall of Fame game because it's not even a preseason game, right? Most coaches don't even care about the preseason, but this one is even like less important because nobody plays on the field in Canton, Ohio.
We need to know who the backups are, who the backup quarterbacks are who are trying to make the team. That's what we need to know.
You're not going to see Herbert. You're not going to see Goff. You're not going to see like anybody you've ever heard of in this game tonight. But I've got 2 bets, not just one, Buck. 2 plays.
I know you do not have an over and under in a preseason game. There's no chance. No chance.
We're taking the over 32.5 tonight.
Wow, is that a little short one right there?
It's a little short now. We generally don't see a lot of scoring in this Hall of Fame game, but I will say 4 of the last 6 of these events have gone over 32.5. So the recent trend has been a little more points in this game, and that's a pretty low number to hit. So even though we won't have any really good offensive players, quarterbacks, skill position players, linemen, whatever, I feel like 32.5 is too low and life is too short to bet the under anyways. So we're taking over 32.5.
Wow.
I'm going with the Lions tonight. They're -2. This was an even money bet a couple of days ago. I wish it was still even, but 2's not enough to scare me. I think Dan Campbell.
Because you know Dan Campbell wants to win this game, doesn't he?
He is as hardo can get. Calvin Johnson going into the Hall of Fame this weekend, like he wants to win it for him. Dan Campbell doesn't ever want to lose a game. He's going to be locked in. He's going to be animated, yelling, jumping up and down, doing all of the weird Dan Campbell shit that he does.
Trying to get ready for the season. Trying to get
his guys. Yeah, trying to get his guys ready for the season. You know, they got 2 new coordinators there in Detroit. They're trying to break in, so they're trying to learn what those guys are all about. There's going to be a little more try with the Lions tonight, and I think that's what it takes in this type of atmosphere. So give me the Lions -2. Give me the over 32.5, and you can thank me on tomorrow's show. I accept Venmo, Buck.
Wow, that's a good one. Boy, my cousin would be laughing at that. He goes, "Really? You're going to attempt to do that?" Harbaugh is kind of a hard ass too. Harbaugh is a hard ass.
I know. If it was the Ravens Harbaugh, then I'd be all over Baltimore because those guys like don't lose in the preseason. But I'm betting against Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers tonight.
You jumped at that chance. Game. You might as well be jumping doing the NBA. How many dildos are going to be thrown out on the court tonight?
If there's an over 0.5 dildos to bet on in the W, I will be making that bet. I hope that's a trend that happens in that league now. It's just in a huge moment. The fan throws a giant dong on the court to disrupt play.
No hats, no 3. If you get a hat trick, no hats, dong. Anything over 20 points, you get dong.
Like that, the viewership would go way up if every game you were guaranteed at some point someone's going to throw a schlong on the court.
Sadly to say, I agree with you. Viewership probably would go up. People would stay up late to see which team got it thrown out there. I would agree.
You can bet over under on what time of the game it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than that goofy T-shirt that they have.
Oh, the let her cook bit.
Let her bake or whatever the hell it says.
I do like the let her cook thing. Again, I've been a fan of that mantra for my entire life. Yeah. I will let her cook. Whatever she wants to cook. Be my guest. Fine with me.
Let her cook. Go ahead, get baked. Whatever you need to do.
Whatever you need to do. So no plays for you and your cousin tonight, huh?
It's just, no. I don't do that. I don't do spring leagues. You know.
It's game 1. Come on.
I like real football.
It is. It's the NFL. It's the Chargers and the Lions, 2 powerhouse teams.
I love the guys, the starters who will pretend like they're paying attention to what's going on. They'll go out there and jog in their unis, and then they'll sit on the bench and talk about their summer vacations.
I don't even think they're going to be in uniform tonight. Like I don't even think
that's true. There's a bunch of them won't even be in uni, will they?
It'll be a lot of street clothes tonight. So
nah, I can't put it. I earned the people too much money last year to let them down like that this early. You need to get after it. You need a running start. That's what you're trying to get. You're trying to get a running start.
I might have to join you in your unit plays this year. See how I
Yeah,
do.
you need to join in. I need a little help if I'm going 80%. That's hard to do.
I'll be going 20% on the other side.
Oh,
So
gee.
that'll be a good combo right there. We'll be giving people all sorts of money, tailing you and fading me. Usually a good strategy on this show. All right, so good stuff there. The NFL's tonight, 7 o'clock. I don't know how many people are going to watch, but hey, I will be locked in. And, you win your first bets of the year. That sets the tone for a great year. So
It's true. You get yourself a little bang tonight.
Yeah, why not? It's just like any other football game. The money's the same. The money you put in's the same. The money you take out's the same. So
yeah,
it's all good.
Or one of the kids won't be able to go to the home opener because you don't have enough of that third UT ticket. Sorry. Hey, sorry, little girl drinking beer. You can't go with us this year.
Hey, don't worry. There's plenty of other preseason games to bet on.
Oh, my God. The little UT girl drinking the can of beer there, she can't make it this year because her dad bet with you. Look, she can't go to the game. She won't be at the home opener guzzling.
Oh, well, she won't be able to go with the tall boy. She'll have to get a regular size beer, and she'll be crying the entire game.
Oh, my.
This is the best, man. Like, we need more of this, too, at DKR this fall, don't we?
Instead of that madness we saw from Yankee Stadium. You're absolutely right.
Oh, man. Yeah, fans are something else, aren't they? They
Boy, oh,
are
boy.
something else. All right, let's dive into some Texas football, shall we? Some takeaways from day one of fall camp. We've got some sound from the head coach as well. A lot of Longhorn football to dive into head first. And I guess the first takeaway, Buck, it was hot yesterday. 99 degrees in Austin. They practiced they practiced in the afternoon. Like there was a 1 hour open media window, and it was from like 3 to 4 o'clock.
I was outside walking around, just not doing very much. But let me tell you something. You're talking about the sun. I felt like it was the hottest day that I've been out so far of the summer yesterday. It may not have been, but it felt that way with the sun. There was no cloud cover, no nothing.
Yeah, it wasn't cold yesterday. I could tell you that. And the final temperature yesterday, according to the Weather Channel app, was 103. So that's how high it got, at least somewhere in.
Feels like 103.
According to the folks at the Weather Channel, the high temperature today is 102.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's hot. And it's been a mild summer. I'm sure a lot of the Texas football players were like, nice. Like, May's pretty cool. June's pretty cool. When we get back on the field for fall camp, it's not going to be too bad. And then, boom, yesterday hits. We're in the hottest part of the year. And, yeah, brutal. They were giving out watermelon slices and fruit cups to the guys yesterday.
Fruit cups? What is this? Mamby-pamby fruit cups? Come on. Throw a couple melons down there, slice them up. Let's go. Let's not walk around with fruit cups and spoons. Let's go. Get your hands sticky and let's go play some football.
The fruit cups may have just been like watermelon slices in cups, but those were two things I read from two different sources. Somebody said watermelon slices. Somebody else said fruit cups. So not 100% sure what was in those cups, but yeah, it wasn't just water and Gatorade and other fluids out there. They were giving out food to keep these guys, revved up and ready to go. And there were no pads yesterday. It was just helmets and shorts.
Oh, no, dude. When you put the pad, can you imagine what that's like? I mean, first of all, forget the pads. Your head inside that helmet is an awful place to be. It's just unbelievable inside of that thing. And you can't get away from it. You're trying to take it off. You get yelled at when you take it off. You always have to, one of the things coaches, where's your helmet? Can't leave your helmet just laying around. Somebody steps in your helmet and breaks a leg or something. So you got to have that stupid thing in your hand somewhere. And then somebody yells over there, put your helmet on. And I'm like, damn, I'm not even in here. Can I get this thing off my head while I'm resting here?
Things just radiate heat too, don't they?
They just, just with some of those round-shouldered heads stuck in there with all that cookie dough out the side of their necks. Man.
Come on, man. Already?
It's like bacon. It's like stuffing buns in an oven trying to make biscuits.
You could probably put bacon on that turf and get it cooked up in a matter of minutes.
I
out
know you can
there.
do it. I
But
know yesterday if you'd have slapped me, I bet you could have put some on your car. I bet you it would have heated up pretty quick because you was
full
right. It
meal,
was hot.
bacon, eggs, some hash browns, whatever you want. Just throw it
Oh,
on the dash, and boom, you got food in half an hour.
but everybody was safe. Nobody went out of the practice. Everybody was good.
Nobody left the practice. There were a couple of guys who did not practice yesterday, a couple of freshmen, including Jonah Williams, the 5-star, who's still dealing with some effects from the hamstring issue that was hampering him during baseball season.
I was going to ask you about that the other day when we started yesterday, I guess, or the day before when we talked secondary guys. Is this guy going to be one of those guys? Is he going to be a soft tissue guy? Because remember, in baseball, he had hurt himself a little bit. If that's lingering around, it's going to pull over into football, kind of movement that he has to make there. That's why I wanted to know if he's quick twitch. Obviously, he's not quick twitch enough right now.
Yeah, Sark was asked about that yesterday, and I didn't cut this up, but he said it was overly cautionary, right? He probably could have been out there, but they don't want to rush him back. We're still a month away from the first game. We got plenty of practices left, so no need to hurry him up to be out there on day one. But it is something worth talking about because that's one of those freshmen, one of the top-ranked kids in this top-ranked class, a guy that every Texas fan is excited about after what we saw him do on the diamond a few months ago. You feel like he can make some kind of impact on this team, and you don't like hearing that, he's already dealing with soft tissue a month before the first game even gets here.
Yeah, I mean, that it bothers me a little bit, and hopefully once that's over with, it doesn't happen again. It's just if it happens again, that's when you start to worry. DJ Lagway, with the shoulder last year and with the hamstring he had, he's now developed like a calf strain. He's not even in their practice. He hasn't even got on the field yet. And that dude, and that could be I think more so last year was more about his shoulder. He just happened to have a hamstring at a time of the year too. But that hamstring, into that calf muscle, look out.
Yeah, that's a big storyline there out of Florida. And, DJ Lagway, I want him to play. He's a hell of a talent. Obviously, he missed the Longhorns game last year. Well, we got a while.
But you're not shedding any tears if he doesn't show up. So
I don't shed tears for other teams. It's just not in my nature. So,
you'd like to see him play though in that game. I mean, I'd like to see him be in for the year.
You know how I feel about
maybe
other
I'm
teams.
Lying. Maybe I don't want to see him. Maybe I truly don't care to see him.
You know how I feel about other teams, Buck? If he dies, he dies.
Oh my God.
No, don't want any casualties, Drago. But I'll take an easy win in the Swamp in October. Nice way to start SEC play. You tell me DJ Lagway's out.
So you got that soft tissue still going on. So be it. Let him get ready for the next game.
Yeah, I don't want him to get hurt, believe me. But the easier win for Texas, I won't complain too much about that. But so Jonah Williams and Cade Phillips was the other guy also dealing with the hamstring. Another freshman, another 5-star freshman. A lot of folks have high expectations for him. Plays cornerback, so a couple of secondary pieces, both limited yesterday with hamstring issues. Those were the only two guys who, missed practice. They were out there, of course, but they weren't really going through anything yesterday. But everybody else was out there, and everybody else, made it through day one. I didn't hear any stories of yak, Buck. That's sometimes a telltale sign on whether or not a guy has been putting in the work he needs to put in the off season. If he's like throwing up 30 minutes into practice because he's clearly too out of shape. I didn't, I scavenged the insider sites and talked to some folks, and I didn't see anybody mention anything. No, and look, the media wasn't there for all of practice, so there could have been something that happened when the viewing window wasn't open. But no yakking, at least according to what I saw.
That's good to hear.
So that is good to hear. The two biggest stories for me, number one, CJ Baxter was out there. He was wearing a pretty big knee brace on his right knee, but he was out there with the ones a lot. Like he and Trey Wisner were interchanging, during walkthrough, during drills, during 11s. Like he wasn't going 100%, but I would call him a full participant yesterday. He was out there a lot, and that's obviously good news. We heard from Sark in Atlanta that Baxter was progressing well, and they liked where things were trending. And the fact that on day one, Baxter was working in with the number one offense as often as he did, like that's a good sign for where he is in his rehab.
That's great to hear.
Yeah. And that's, I don't know if that means anything. Like in Sark's perfect world, is it a 1A, 1B situation with Wisner and Baxter this season? Like we know that Steve Sarkisian loves him some CJ Baxter.
Yeah, but he also had a guy who just got off last year, and I'm not stopping that guy. I'm gonna ride that dude's momentum into the season. CJ can catch up. If he's not to total full speed, I'm trying to get him there and see what he's like. I'll get him there in those next couple games. But I'll see what he's like in game one. But if he doesn't have that total burst of a guy who looks like if he looks like he's 80%, no thank you. If he looks like he's 98%, let's roll with him and get him in there enough. But I'm still not taking snaps away from Trey Wisner. I know what that guy can do.
I don't know. Again, it's one day, right? We'll see what happens today and the rest of camp.
Yeah, you got to see for a guy like CJ Baxter, the workload for a guy coming off a knee, that next day or 2 days later, that damn knee will be sore. He doesn't look as sharp as he looked, the first day coming out all excited. The adrenaline's flowing. He can't wait to try to make cuts. And then all of a sudden, day two, that damn thing is swollen up and it's in the ice, and you've got to now settle yourself back. Let's not rush this, because the kid will rush himself.
Right.
But he's been working on it. He's been working on it all spring. I mean, he's been working on it for a long time. So he's been working hard, but it's different when you get out there and you got a helmet on and you're trying to shake and bake with the rest of the guys who are really, really healthy. That's a hard thing to try to do, especially at that position.
For sure. Coming up on a full year since the CL tear from last fall. So I don't know. I mean, I just can't help but think about the start of CJ Baxter's career.
Yes, me too. Because I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, this coaching staff thought he was better than Jonathan Brooks, who had been at Texas for a few years and showed us a few things. And we didn't know how good he was going to be. I don't think anybody did.
And I'll still say to this day, they were wrong.
Yeah, they were wrong about that. But I bring that up to say they love him. They love him. You don't start a true freshman at any position on a team that ended up winning the Big 12 and making it to the college football playoff. It wasn't like a crappy team where, oh my God, we have to start a freshman. No, They chose to start a freshman over a guy who was the first running back drafted on a team that made the playoff that year. So that's like, in Sark's perfect world, I think CJ Baxter is a huge part of this offense this year. So
they're going to find out here in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, that knee will have its days of being sore. That knee will have its days of getting his strength back. If you protect the kid from himself, and Sark knows that. He's been around players enough. It's a lot of times you have to protect the player from himself. So he knows, he understands. He'll know when he's making the kind of cuts because I don't see him once that dude is out there with just a sleeve on, he's ready to go. Once that brace is gone and he's been through a couple of weeks and he says, I don't need this thing anymore. I don't need the security blanket. I'm ready to cut. I can use a sleeve. Then he's ready to go.
Yeah, Steven's dead on. I mean, it looked like one of those big old lineman braces that he was wearing around that right knee.
Yeah, well, they got to protect you, yeah.
Understandable, of course.
Sure.
But, something to monitor, obviously, moving forward. Here's a little sound from Steve Sarkisian. He was asked about C.J. Baxter and Derek Williams Jr., of course, the safety, who's also coming off a serious knee injury that he suffered in the Oklahoma game last season. That was a pretty easy win for Texas, if memory serves. Memory usually does serve. Here's Steve Sarkisian when asked about how C.J. Baxter and Derek Williams Jr. looked on day one.
I'll be honest with you. I think they both look really good. Derek, I felt maybe a little better than C.J. just kind of watching summer, and he looked really good today. C.J., I would probably say, was better than I was anticipating, especially when we got into team periods. He hit a couple runs that were very encouraging to me because a lot of times when you're coming off a knee injury, significant knee injury like those guys, physically you're ready. It's the mental side of the game, right? Of what does that feel like? And I'm a runner, and now I got to run between these 4 300-pounders, and the hole doesn't look big enough for me to get through, but I got to try to get through it. It's a psyche thing, and I thought CJ's psyche looked really good today running the ball, and so I was definitely encouraged by that.
Yeah, that's good news. That's good stuff to hear right there. But once again, when he takes off that bulky brace, he's out there with his sleeve. Now I think he's ready. He's ready to go. He's telling you, let's go.
I think
They're not going to hit him. They're not going to hit him. They're going to want to thud him up every once in a while because he's got to get slapped around a little bit, But he doesn't need to get taken to the ground.
Yeah, not wearing pads yet. Maybe there were some thuds, some minor contact yesterday, but not a whole hell of a lot. And a lot of what they were doing was against air. But
a lot of guys screaming about guys staying on their feet. Don't get on the ground. Don't get tripped. Keep your feet. That's what you hear coaches talk about a lot. Offensive line coach and the defensive line coach saying, yeah, you can go against each other with your hands on your shoulders, but dudes, please don't trip in the hole and fall and have some guy fall over and get hurt. That's where the pros are like you've never seen it before. Those guys can do that, BK, and you don't see anybody on the ground. They stay high enough. They get enough leverage on another guy that they can run across with them. Guys will let them kind of be blocked a little bit. They can give you a little resistance, but nobody trips and falls. That's when things get all screwed up, when a guy falls in the hole.
Someone falls, it's like everyone's running. We're stopping practice and everyone's running because that one's
they are screwed. People, that's when you get cussed out here in the first couple of days, because what you'll have is a bunch of freshmen, that don't understand this. What do you mean don't fall? I'm trying to get away from the guy. I got to roll, don't I? No, you don't have to roll. Get off the ground.
Trying to show off a little bit too much to impress the coaches.
Just trying to get free, trying to make a play. Well, this isn't make a play day that you're going to cut two other guys that are coming down the line because you're on the ground. Stay up high.
Yeah. Going back to that sound from Sark, like I feel like a lot of rehab off of a serious injury like that is mental, right? Like just getting your mind mentally right to get back out there and play football. It's like the last time CJ Baxter was in a fall camp, he screwed up his knee and had to miss an entire season and an entire spring because of it. So it's like
you got to make these cuts. You see a cut and you want to make it, but mentally you're like, I don't know if I can plant this right leg into the turf and do that. I may end up rounding this cut off a little bit or trying to beat a guy outside when there's 6 yards to be had when you make that cut. Let's get up the field. Your coach is telling you to get up the field and you're going, yeah, I saw the hole, coach, but I'm not quite sure if my leg's ready to be. I want to do it, but mentally I'm not ready to do it.
Well, that's why I liked hearing Sark talk about CJ Baxter's psyche, because it sounds like mentally he looked pretty good. Again, no pads were on and it's day one and you're not going full speed. So there are a lot of caveats there, but I like hearing
a lot
Sark.
of good athletes around you that are moving pretty good with no limitations. So your ass better be, or you'll look really bad.
Sure. And it sounds like he was, trying to do as much as he could yesterday. You said it. The coach has to protect him. The training staff has to protect him. Like they can't rush this thing and just get overly excited. Oh, he's back on the field. Now he's ready for this, this, and this. It's like you still got to make sure.
He's got to let them know if he's sore today, overly sore, that he doesn't go out there. And their expectations are, well, you're going to run like you did yesterday, right? Well, no, I'm kind of sore today. That's a lot of work that I put in day one on this knee. So I may not be able to make those kind of cuts today. You have to let people know when you're hurt. You got to let them know, because you screw up the team when you're doing that. That's when people start talking about you got to be a team player. You can't think that, I'm okay when you're not okay. Let the team know. They'll protect you. You have plenty of time to get ready. There's plenty of days left in this summer before the game one, to get ready.
30 to be exact. All right, we'll get to my biggest takeaway from the defensive side of the football in a moment. Big surprise in terms of the depth chart on day one of practice. Doesn't mean anything. We'll debate. But first, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over, of course, at Relax the Back. My back, as I said, I came up here and laid in the Big Taco for about 2 hours. And boy, my back is kind of sore, but it's not going to be sore for very long because I'm sitting in my relaxed back chair that I got over 20 years ago. This leather chair supports my lumbar area. Of course, it does help my hip area and my thoracic back where I had surgery. It is absolutely the very best. And for those people that are struggling with shoulders, neck pain, find something at Relax the Back, a chair or one of their accessories that are going to make you have a different kind of lifestyle, a lifestyle that's where your neck and your shoulders are going to be pain-free. And folks, we got 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
Very nice.
Yeah, shout out to the Covert family. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Love them. Get you a new whip for the new season.
There you go.
Covert Bee Cave. Also, a shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. 30 days away from Texas and Ohio State. If you're headed to Columbus and need a ticket to get into the shoe, they got you at centextickets.com. If you're not headed to Columbus, but you want a ticket for the Homo against San Jose State the following week, they got you. Every home game, every road game, every Longhorn game, they got seats online at centextickets.com. Plus Cowboys tickets, Texans tickets, Aggies tickets, Red Raiders tickets, whatever. You name it, they've got it. centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out. You're going to get 10% off of any purchase at centextickets.com. Ooh, you know what, Buck?
What's up?
Quick. I was offered a ticket to the A&M season opener this year.
Not to the Baylor season opener?
No, I'm still working on that. If anybody has a plug for that Friday night game in Wacko, please hit me up.
There you go.
I got offered a ticket to the Aggie game at Kyle Field Saturday
Were you offered
night.
to go on the sideline too?
That has not been offered yet. I don't know if that's part of the deal.
What if they make you wear an Aggie gear over the top so they know you're on the sideline? You put that Aggie gear on?
You know what? If they let me, yes. Whatever I have to do to get on the sideline, I will. And then I'm going to take a leak. I'm going to take a leak in the corner, like right by the tunnel. You know, mark my territory like the dog I am.
Oh, really? What are you going to do?
Really?
You're going to punch the dog in its other eye or something?
No, I'm going to pee on the field. I'm not going to punch a dog.
I thought maybe you could
I'll do
Reveille.
what Reveille does and take a leak out there.
You're going to hit Reveille in its good eye or her or whatever?
No. Yeah, Reveille did have to get an eye removed with glaucoma a couple weeks ago. And that's kind of a sad story. No, I'm not hurting the dog. I'm just doing what the dog does, taking a leak on the field.
You know, they're going to put you in a garment that's got that maroon on to get on that sideline. You're going to feel really nasty when you try to put it on.
You know who they're playing?
Who? Oh, no, look out. That team is deadly, y'all. Oh, that's only in baseball. I forgot.
We pulling for the Runners game 1. What an upset that would be if UTSA goes into
the Runners
Aggie-land.
are going to get hammered. They're going to get hammer-toed by the Aggies are going to come out of the gate, and they know that's who they're playing. That is going to be a beatdown. Hey, by the way, that sounds like a big unit play for me right there. The opener against the Roadrunners, who are going to think they're playing baseball against the Aggies, that's not going to be good for them.
Don't forget about Appalachian State a couple of years ago going into Kyle Field and winning early in the year as a big underdog.
How do you expect the Aggies to be undefeated to the Texas game by showing a bad showing in game 1 against? You better hope they destroy that group.
No way. I'll be birds up on that one.
Oh,
That's what they do.
What do they do? What is that? Birds up?
Birds up, baby.
Cool. What the hell?
All right. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think I'm going to go because I'd rather watch the other football games.
No, you need to get down to Waco for that Friday night. You need to get a ticket for that deal right down the road. That's a good one to show up in with some Longhorn gear being in the stands. You will get the looks of a lifetime. What the hell are you doing here? That'd be great.
I'm doing the Baylor line. Don't forget, I'm running across the field.
Baylor line. That is awesome.
I got to talk to my buddy who went to Baylor, see how I get on that thing.
They'll be screaming at them to get back in the stands. We don't have anybody in the stands. There's 10,000 of you running on the field. How are we going to fill up the stands with 10,000? You need to get back into your seat.
It's quite the bit that they do in Waco.
There's Hugh Freeze will be out there taking practice swings on the turf with his golf.
Hugh Freeze will be running in the Baylor line too.
That dude, let me tell you, that's the beginning of the end for Hugh Freeze coming up, I believe.
Yeah, that's an important
game
for that.
He's going to be touting that bad quarterback from Oklahoma down in Waco. Waco's going to feel like we got a chance to win the Big 12 finally.
Yeah, they got a shot.
They got some good players. They got a good offense. Got a good running back. They got decent defense. Yeah, they always find some track guy playing who never played football in his life running fly patterns.
Yeah. Yeah, Sawyer Robertson's a good quarterback. They got a solid team this year. And they'll be in the mix for the Big 12 title. And so
Auburn's they will be so puckered coming to Waco. That group is going to be so puckered up. That's what I'm thinking. They're going to turn that ball over so much, man.
Yeah, you've teased a big unit play on the Baylor Bears.
Yes.
In that one, and it's an even line right now. So,
oh man,
you don't have to worry about points or spreads or anything like that.
I like that.
There you go. All right, sorry about that sidetrack.
Sorry about me rooting for Baylor and not rooting for hey, should I be rooting for the SEC? No, Auburn. Are they truly in the SEC?
We don't do that around here. I know a lot of other SEC fan bases root for the SEC, but we root for Texas, at least on this show, and that's about it. My other big takeaway from day one of Texas football fall camp, that of course went down yesterday. Grayson Littleton. Remember the name. Grayson Littleton. True freshman cornerback out of Tampa, Florida. 4-star, 65th ranked player overall, top 10 corner in the class of 2025. He was lining up with the ones yesterday. Walkthrough drills, team-specific stuff. Like when the coaching staff yelled for the base nickel defense, he ran out there. Like the other 4 secondary players were Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald, Manny Muhammad, and Jalen Gilbo. No surprises with those 4, right? Like those guys are all in the mix for starting jobs. We know Taft and Muhammad already have 2 locked up. But like all the other guys, I expected to be in the conversation for number 1. I did not expect true freshman Grayson Littleton to apparently be in the mix for a starting role in year 1.
Huh. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You know, you got to find that freshman out of all this great recruiting classes that jumps in there immediately. You're going to see that at just about every level. You know that. But to be at a secondary guy and be called out there with the ones, that's pretty damn good right there.
It is. And it's
so he was here in the spring.
He was here for the spring. He originally wasn't going to be here for the spring. And then at the last second, like he enrolled, I don't know if it had graduated yet from high school and they weren't sure he was going to be able to, or I don't know what the deal was, but he originally was supposed to be a summer guy. He ended up getting in for the spring, had a pretty good spring. And, you know, Jeff Banks called him out a couple of days ago when he was asked about freshmen who had looked good. But because Jeff Banks said it, I'm thinking, all right, it's special teams. Like, yeah, he's fast enough. They trust him enough.
Punts, yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't think it would be on defense and working with the first team defense. Again, one day of practice, like maybe today he's out with the 3s or the 4s and it's a whole lot of nothing. But I don't know. To me, on the first day, if you're doing that, that's something.
Maybe somebody faked the punt and he was right there to intercept it, and now he's got a job already.
Defense?
Yeah, maybe he made a move when they called punt team in and the punter went back and tried to fake it. He jumped in front of and got a pick, and now he's the man.
Well, save him for special teams then, because they could have used that last year.
Oh,
that would have been nice.
Like
yeah, interesting.
Great.
Because he was I'm scrolling down right now. He was the 9th highest rated recruit that Texas brought in. So not a scrub. Again, a top 70 player in the country.
Yeah.
But like, you know, not the first guy. If you ask me, all right, wait, which freshman do you think has the best chance to be like running with the starters? in fall camp, Grayson Littleton would not have been my answer. So
yeah, well, let me tell you, when you look at it, when you're saying these numbers of these kids, where they are, where they're ranked, they don't have any scrubs.
no,
All those kids everybody wanted.
Yeah.
If Texas didn't take them, there would be some other major colleges that want them immediately.
yeah. I mean, this guy had offers from all over the country. Top 100 player at a position like corner from the state of Florida. All the Florida schools were interested. Clemson, Michigan, those were some of the teams that were finalists for Grayson Littleton in his recruitment. But, he had a Bama offer. He had a Georgia offer. He had a Kansas offer. That's when you know it's real, when the Jayhawks come calling right there. It's a guy that everybody wanted. Texas got him, and so far so good. So big time story worth monitoring there.
Not a little guy. I'm a 190 pounder.
6 feet. I think he's 180 is what he is. So
there you go. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, it depends on your definition of little, I guess. He's got you beat by a good 40 pounds, doesn't he?
Yes. 30.
So you're going down still?
No, I'm fine. He's got me beat by about 30, about 25. I'm good. I'm there. I'm staying steady at, waking up at 153 now. I'm okay.
You're going for one.
I still got to September. I'm working on it.
Tomorrow's August.
I know.
All right. The rest of the second.
Keep it up with your lying ways with 103 outside. I won't be able to get outside. I'll have to stay in, so I'll get thicker. If you know what I mean.
My lying ways. I'm just reading my phone. I'm not the one lying. You yell at the Weather Channel. They're the ones telling me what's happening out there.
Feels like 103.
Feels like 143, dude.
High 97. What is the high? I'm gonna look at my handy dandy while you did that. I can't be having these fake weather reports, even though I'm just the rain guesser.
Go get you a handy.
High today 90. High today 97. I don't even want to know what it feels like.
You're using the Apple Weather app?
Yes.
That's
Dripping Springs, USA, America. Right here it says 97. That's all we got.
No, well, I don't know what happens in the dirty drip, but I'm looking at the Austin.
Keeping it cool. We're keeping it cool here.
You're keeping the drip alive, so congrats on that, sir.
Who's got AIDS?
A different one there. Oh, man. The rest of the number ones, I mentioned it. Manny Muhammad, Jalen Gilbo, the outside corners, Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald, the number one safeties. It feels like Jelani McDonald and Derek Williams are fighting for that other safety spot opposite of Michael Taft. Williams was also wearing a knee brace, didn't look like he was going full speed. We played that bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian, though, and it sounds like Derek Williams is in a good spot right now. So he will be on the field week 1 against the Buckeyes. The question, I guess, is who wins that job? Is it Jelani McDonald, who's making the transition to safety, or does Derek Williams get hit back? And is he?
Yeah, and if the freshman can play, he'll be in there at cornerback. Hey, if he's good enough, he's old enough.
All right. Yeah, you know what? Because P. Diddy got off more than once, I know that you're comfortable making that statement again. You were a little scared to say that during the trial.
Indeed. Get those guys out there. They recruit them for a reason. You got top classes for a reason. Get them out there and let them play.
And I wonder what it means for, guys like Kobe Black and Warren Roberson, who have been here for a couple of years, who
try harder.
Or Carter. Hey, maybe it's just a message. A lot of early in camp, whether it's a press conference or on the field, it's like you're sending a message to somebody. Hey, we don't think you're working hard enough. This job is not guaranteed. Just because you're the projected starter on some depth chart online, it doesn't mean we're just going to give you this spot.
Absolutely right. You got to work for it every day.
I think we heard that with Kyle Flood, right? Talking about Brandon Baker a couple of days ago. It's like,
yeah, I kind of got that as, no, there's a competition here. I'm not going to say that he doesn't have experience, but you know what? There's a competition going on. Nobody's got anything here.
Yeah, that's what Flood said at right tackle. And Brandon Baker got the majority of the reps with the ones. They did mix in Andre Kojo a few times yesterday. But Kyle Flood, again, 2 days ago in his presser was like, no, it's an open competition. Like both of those guys have a shot. So maybe that's the case, or maybe it was, hey, Brandon Baker, we know you're the 5-star and everybody wants you to get the job, but like you got to go earn it. All right. This thing isn't going to be given to you. And Kojo is a good player and he's been here for 3 years. Just make sure your mind is right, not thinking that you've got this thing wrapped up before you
We'll
even
give
get
you
out.
burnt toast. If you don't get it done, you're going to get burnt toast up in here.
No, we're not doing the Tom Herman bit again, are we?
No, we don't do that. We're playing ping pong now. Straight
the
up.
runny eggs. Oh, no, that's shoddy. That's what the Cowboys are doing. I don't want to hear any ping pong stories. That's Charlie Strong stuff right there. We don't need to go back to that era.
Big hands, Charlie.
You could be playing ping pong. That's fine. I'm not anti-table tennis. I'm a big fan, but don't be talking about it all the time, please. I don't want to hear
about it as your competition. Makes you better.
Keep that on the field, please. A couple other noteworthy things. Defensive tackle. Obviously, Texas brought in 5 transfers there. It was Travis Shaw and Hero Canoe, a couple of transfers who were working with the ones. It was Cole Brevard and Alex January, 1 transfer and 1 returner, working with the 2s. And then the 2 freshmen, Justice Terry, the 5-star, and Josiah Sharma were working with the 3s. Justice Terry is kind of a tweener right now in terms of size because he's 265, 270. He was kind of bouncing back and forth between the defensive tackles and the edges yesterday.
Yeah, that way he'll get bounced around all right once they get those pads on.
Yeah. I wonder what what the goal is for Justice Terry. Like, do they want him to maybe slim down a little bit, be more of an edge guy? Do they want him to put on 20 more pounds and be an interior guy?
Yeah, they'll find out if he can carry that weight. If he can't carry that weight, he'll have to move out a little bit.
Right. So that's worth monitoring there as well. But those were your defensive tackle groups. Interesting. Murad Watson not there, but it felt like early on in practice yesterday, the coaches were kind of slow playing the post-spring transfers. Like Jack Endry's got some run with the number 1s towards the end of the open window.
Mm-hmm.
Emmett Mosley was not with the 1s. Jack Endry didn't start with the 1s. Murad Watson didn't start with the 1s. So those guys who, again, weren't in for spring ball, it was like they were out there. They were doing stuff, but they were maybe having to earn their stripes a little bit against some of the guys who have already been around here.
Yeah, I mean, they don't just want to throw them, like you said, give them positions. They want them to earn some of that. And you'll know, and others around them will know. I mean, it's not like the players don't know who the good players are. That's the thing about at that level with all those guys. They know who the best guy is already. They'll know. And then within a couple of days of seeing the new guys with pads on and the way they handle themselves and the way they move, they know if that guy is better than that guy. They do. The players themselves know that. They hate it, but it's just the way it is.
Sometimes the players can help make you make the decision, right?
Well, it's not like me just telling my players that Ricky Williams in high school is better than they are in college in their sophomore and junior years. I don't know what to tell you. You're just not as good as that guy.
Well, when Ricky got to campus, I'm sure some of the teammates were like, oh, shit, Bucky was right on that one.
Oh, no, they were, oh, shit, the minute they saw him walk into the room. Just his stature alone without pads on compared to theirs was like, damn. This kid was in high school. You sure this guy's not a junior in college? He didn't go to prep school for 5 years. He looked different. His calves him in shorts walking around, his calves look different.
You could tell. It was different. So it makes sense. But yeah, look, the coaches ultimately make the decisions, but you also have 100 judges with the players. Like they know who's better than the other person.
Oh yeah.
So you gotta do what's right by everybody in that locker room. Here's a little more from Sark. Maybe should have played this one earlier, but here's just the opening statement he made in his post-practice availability yesterday. What he saw from day one of fall.
I thought the guys overall, it was a good first day. I thought that they were intentional with their approach. It was obviously a warm day, and they fought through. Naturally, as practice goes on, fatigue sets in, and that's where we got to tap in more to the mental intensity, the mental focus, the mental toughness that's needed when fatigue sets in, and that's something that obviously training camp is for, that we'll work on. But a lot of guys got a lot of reps today, which was great. I thought it was competitive. I thought we looked fast, but again, it's the very beginning stages of training camp, and but like I said, I thought it was a good start. But we, as always, we got plenty to go fix tonight. Watching the tapes of the staff, and then meet with the players and get that cleaned up, and get going into day 2 install.
Yeah, you like to see the intensity there, but let me tell you that heat, your first day out there, if it's 100 degrees, that's going to knock the intensity right out of you at a certain time during the course of a 2-hour practice. You're going to come out intense and everybody's jumping around, but about 40 minutes into it, after you do your individual drills, some things start to slow up. Some bodies it's just hot, you know?
Dude. I mean, for me, it's after 4 minutes outside.
Yeah. Hell, all I did was walk back and forth from the house to the shed and back and go in the garden. And that's a matter of about 8 minutes. And it was like, damn, this is too hot to be even standing out here. So, I mean, that's why, you got to be careful as a player. You got to let everybody know when it's time to get a drink. Back in the old days, it was like you had drink stations, but you couldn't go over. And now if they want to drink, they get a drink anytime they want to drink. And there's people running around with the personal bottles and shit like that. They're not drinking from a fire hose anymore. It's just you go hydrate yourself anytime you have to drink.
Times
which is
are
a good
changing,
thing.
Buck. Yeah. They're changing, Buck.
Who? I'm not changing. You don't get a drink till I tell you to go get a drink.
Oh,
I'm
man.
not thirsty. Why are you thirsty?
That's why you're not coaching anymore, I think.
Nah.
That and a couple of reasons.
I couldn't stand, first of all, I couldn't stand out there. I couldn't do it heat-wise. They'd be spending too much time putting me on, carting me off every day or every session.
Yeah, you'd be like 10 minutes into practice and you'd be passed out on the sideline. Someone would be like, oh, shit.
See the guy over there with the white flag? See the coach with the white flag waving?
Oh, God. One more from Sark here. I always like when, coaches aren't directed to an answer, right? These open-ended questions. It really lets them think and answer it the way they want to answer it. Steve Sarkisian was asked about, guys who had really good summers, like guys who stood out over the last couple of months, guys who were impressing the strength and conditioning staff, and, guys who clearly put in the work to be ready to go for day one of practice. Here's a list of dudes that Sark mentioned yesterday.
I thought Ryan Wingo had a heck of a summer. That guy, there's certain guys that can kind of run all day, and a lot of times you see those guys and they're in the 175 to maybe 190 range, but here's a guy who's over 210 pounds at that size, at that speed, and that competitive nature. I thought that he had a really good summer. I think Hero Canoe had a great summer. He's a new face to our program. Had a good spring, but I thought really took it to another level in the summertime with his work ethic, with his understanding of the defense, but then that allowed his leadership to show up. I definitely thought that he had a great summer. I think Zena had a fantastic summer. I mean, he's another guy that really worked his way into position. And I'd say Jarrett Gibson, again, I'm jumping around at different positions just to try to be fair to everybody, but I think he's in the best shape that he's been in since he's been here. For a guy who had a good freshman season, I think he's come back and in good shape, ready to go.
Yeah, I like to hear all those guys. I like to hear that about Gibson. When he says good shape, maybe he's toned his body down to be more of a slasher than a kind of power back. He's probably trying to tell you that way. He looks more slashy than he does power, but he still has some power, and that's fine. He'll have a tough time. I think he'll be the guy who'll have a tough time getting onto the field. It sounds like, and that's nice to say nice things about him, but that means you got to work harder. So that's what competition is. There's always going to be competition in that room. I mean, it's the running back room at Texas. It's like the secondary room. You're going to have competition all over the place. So you can't afford to have any setbacks or come in slacking for a day. Somebody asked BK what install is. Install is when the offense and the defense puts in a certain plays. You don't just run plays and the defense lines up. The offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator get together, and when they run plays, the offensive guy knows what the defense is going to be lined up in. There's no trick 'em. There's no guy on the defense trying to come through a gap, flying in the gap. You already know what you have to block almost defensively. So they'll put some install stuff for install. What they think that a group like last night, they'll meet and say, this is what we're going to be doing today. These are the plays. So you'll see them. The players don't see them on the play sheet. The quarterbacks will see them. The running backs don't get to see them. The quarterback and the coach will call them, but those are the installs that they put in the night before. So you know what the plays are. So here's what you better been studying the night before or during the day or whatever. You got that book with you, looking at those plays, or that tablet, understanding just how it gets blocked and things like that. So they'll put in numerous plays in each day till they get to the point where they get that whole freaking book in, it seems like, before the summer's over with. But the book is so damn thick, you don't get to that daggum thing until the middle of the season. So
you got to get pretty deep. Bless you. You got to get pretty deep into that book by week 1.
Oh yeah, you got 30 days. Well, that's what you're supposed to do when you go back to your room. You're not supposed to get on, on the TV and start playing games. You're not supposed to be playing Madden. You're supposed to be in that book. When you get done with a night's meeting at the end and you go back and you grab a snack, that book is what you're supposed to be in. You're supposed to be in there with your roommates talking about that book. Not supposed to be talking about which wide receiver for TCU is on Madden and that I got to use him here for the next half hour.
No one's playing Madden these days. It's NCAA, Buck.
Oh, NCAA. Well, there'll be guys doing that. There's guys who can go through that book one time and have it. There'll be others that learn in different ways. Some of them don't have the same grade point average, if you know what I mean. Some of them can go through. Most of the times, the quarterbacks will slide through it, and they'll be done after 1 or 2 little visits through certain plays. Some other guys that I may coach have to go through it about 5 or 6, ask a bunch of questions even the night before, because they'll have questions just before the plays on the field, and you're looking at them like, wait a minute, you got that last night. What do you mean you don't know what that? You don't know which left or right? Right, to put tape on your shoe? Which way you're going? Come on, dude. Yeah, I mean, everybody, it's and that book is long. That list is long. You got to be pretty smart to be into that playbook. It's not like the one you had in high school. Plays change, defenses change. As I said, you don't get set up really for failure by the guys on the other side. The offense, they're not going to run plays that the defense said, wait a minute, we didn't go over that last night. You're not going to do that to the defense to make yourself look good. Now, every once in a while, an offensive coach will do that to a defensive guy, or a defensive guy will have somebody in this gap where generally he's not supposed to be, and he makes a play. And the offensive coordinator will look at the defensive coordinator and go, hey, thanks a lot. Way to make us look like shit. And my guys are expecting this to happen, and you're doing this to us. I got you this afternoon. It'll be one of those I got you moments,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good stuff there. Thanks for the question, Cameron. Good answer there, Buck. I loved what Sark said about Gibson, but I loved what he said about Ryan Wingo. I mean, he was the first name that Sark mentioned.
We all like to hear that.
I can't wait to see what that guy does, man. Like, get me to August 30th, please. He's ready. Some guys need time. I mean, everybody needs the practice, but like, there's some guys that I just feel incredibly confident in going into this season. And Ryan Wingo is one of them. I think he's going to have a sensational second year in Austin. And it's everyone's raving about him. Every coach, every teammate. He's a stud. And he had a great first day yesterday, according to pretty much everybody who was there in person watching practice. And I love hearing
see how smooth he's gotten. Is he real fluid now? He was just a big monster, overpower you with size and speed last year. I wonder if he's a little bit smoother this year, because he feels more confidence in where to be. That's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, with those new eyes, too. Got that LASIK this offseason.
He's been playing catchy-catch.
A lot of catchy-catch and building up great rapport with Arch. And, he's got the size. He's got the strength. He's got the speed. He's got the traits. And, again, we saw it in spurts last year, but can we see it over a full season as a starter? I think we will. That's one of the things that I'm most looking forward to here in 2025. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. You can hit us up on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats as well. We'll get to a few more training camp takeaways. Plus, we've got the Bucks all-time Texas team with a caveat. Buck couldn't sleep last night, so he spent some time putting together a great Texas roster. And we'll let you hear.
And you're going to and people are going to laugh at me when they find out that the name that I couldn't get in my head on defense is just going to drive you nuts. How do you miss that? I didn't miss it. I just couldn't remember it. Hey, I'm 70 now. Some things disappear. And it shouldn't, because it's an old.
Well, it's hard to just do this off the top of your head, right? Like, it sounds like you didn't Google in the middle of the night.
Oh, no, I didn't know. I just kind of brought it to, as I was, getting bits and pieces of that Netflix, wishbone thing, and just thinking about today's football and that football. And a guy that I really, really enjoyed being around was Darryl Royal. So that's when I started being really into Texas football. I got into Texas football as a senior in high school, but as a coach, this is kind of where I wanted to be, the two places, USC or Texas. As when I knew I was going to be a certain coach, this was the place. So when I got here, I didn't need to go anyplace else. I didn't need to do anything else in my football life.
Mm-hmm.
That was plenty.
Worked out all right. So we'll get to that in a minute.
I watched them run the wishbone, and man, oh man, that thing was devastating. That was devastating. You're talking about bone on bone and just nasty football. Ugh. Some people would say yuck, but man.
It's maybe not the most aesthetically pleasing style of football, but it was effective, and it helped Texas win a few championships, so we're pretty grateful for it. But before that, Buck, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Still our friends over at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Of course, got the Sue Patrick gear on today, of course. They got tons of Texas-themed gifts and wide variety of men's and women's clothing, of course. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, and at the curbside, there's plenty of space all over the place. You're not going to have to walk for a mile. You're not going to have to walk blocks to get to Sue Patrick's. Plenty of free parking available for you. Of course, the Jelly Cats are there awaiting you. The T-shirts, scheduled glass. I had my scheduled glass from last year. I had mine filled with OLIPOP yesterday. OLIPOP on ice. BK I had.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Loved it. But I love the folks at Sue Patrick. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. Get that scheduled glass and fill it up with that delicious flavor of OLIPOP. Damn it, now I forgot what flavor I saw. There was a new flavor that was out, or was one of those flavors that I had never seen before. Just a fruit punch, some kind of punch.
Tropical punch.
That's what it was.
It's a good one. Yeah.
I got that. I haven't tried it yet, but, of course, I got 6-pack of grape.
It's classic. Yeah, love the OLIPOP, and great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Got one in my fridge. I forgot to get it before the show. That just means I get to drink it after the show. OLIPOP got me back into soda because it tastes like soda. Everybody loves the taste of soda, right? But you don't love all of the crappy ingredients that are in soda, all of the sugars, all of the fats, the calories, the unnecessary crap that you shouldn't be putting into your system. Well, you don't get that with OLIPOP. You get the taste, but you actually get ingredients that help support good digestive health. Prebiotics, plant fibers, botanicals. I don't really know what those things are. I just know they're good for me. And when you drink OLIPOP, you are supporting your gut health as well. You're also supporting your taste buds. They found a way to make something healthy actually taste good. They deserve a Nobel Peace Prize or something for this stuff, man. I swear. Get you some wherever you buy your groceries. H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you shop. You should shop OLIPOP.
Love it.
And a quick shout out to AV Consultations as well. We got football tonight. Yeah, man. The Hall of Fame game. You know what? I might put the Hall of Fame game on all 4 of my AV Consultations.
Get out of here.
That's how starved.
I think the Liberty and the Aces play tonight. You don't want to miss that.
You got baseball. I get it. You got WNBA. There are other sports things happening tonight, but nothing matters as much as football, at least to me. I'll be locked in. And look, the real stuff starts in a month. We're 30 days away from Texas and Ohio State, which means you've got 30 days to get the AV Consultations TV setup done in the comfort of your own home. They can do patio stuff as well. Don't forget, if you want that badass patio TV setup with some surround sound speakers, you can enjoy the fall weather when we get it. And all of the football outside, AV Consultations can make it happen for you. The indoor setups, of course, the home theater rooms, the big screens, the multi-screen man caves, whatever you want to do, AV Consultations can do it for you because they've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. All you have to do is reach out to them, and Tom and the crew will do everything for you. 512-255-8678 or avconsultations.com.
Nice.
All right, one more quick note, Buck, and then I want to get to your team. I figured you're interested about the return game. We played the sound yesterday from Jeff Banks, who said DeAndre Moore, Ryan Niblett, and Trey Wisner were the 3 guys who were kind of the leaders in the clubhouse to be the starting returners for Texas this season. Yesterday, they were doing some punt and punt return. By the way, I saw a number of folks who were there praise the new punter, Jack Bomeister.
Now you're talking.
That doesn't get everybody excited because it's a punter, but I saw multiple insider sites like made a note of, oh, dude, it's a night and day difference from what Texas had at punter last year. So, that, again, not the sexiest position in the world, not the one that people love talking about the most, but
not
that
the one you
yardage,
get six scholarships to, no.
No, not the hidden yardage. It matters. Texas didn't have it last year. They were bad in the punting game. Sounds like that's going to be a strength of this team this year.
That's awesome.
Hearing about the hang time, too. Like, damn, that ball was in the air for a long time. So Jack Bomeister, get excited about him. But the return game, people care about that a little bit more. It was DeAndre Moore, Ryan Niblett, and freshman wide receiver Dalen McCutcheon who were fielding punts yesterday.
Okay.
So no Trey Wisner. Again, I think if Wisner is back there, it'd be more in kickoff than in punt.
Yes. They're not going to let him get blown up on a punt return.
No, I don't think so. Dalen McCutcheon's interesting. I mean, he, of all of the 4 freshman receivers that Texas brought in the spring, he had the best spring. And the fact that, they trust him, again, it's practice. We're talking about practice, man. But they trust him enough to, put him out there on day one and at least be in the competition for punt return. That's interesting. But DeAndre Moore and Ryan Niblett, the 2 names we heard from Jeff Banks, those guys were both out there yesterday.
Sweet. That's good. I don't know about Moore. Until you know what's going on in that receiver room, that's fine. But I hope they get to the point where you'd love to get to the point where you trust a freshman that'll be around for a couple of years if he's that good. Because if he's good enough, he's old enough. Did he?
Yeah.
If you get to that point, whether, you're going to find out in game 1 if you put him back there, if he's good enough for sure. So
right. Yeah,
we'll see throughout this. Yeah, I got a feeling they're probably going to go with their more sure-handed, experienced guy early in the season anyway, until they feel really good about a guy. And if they do it for the next couple games, those home games against El Paso, people like that, they'll give him a shot. Then I don't know if they give him a shot against Ohio State. I mean, I would. I want to see what it's about. What he's about. Hey, make it or break it, kid.
Just catch the ball, kid.
That's all. You don't have to do anything fantastic. We can wait till week 2 or week 3 when you start running with it. Just catch it for now.
I know you.
It's always that weird, and it's always that weird feeling when you coach that position that a guy calls for a fair catch and there's nobody within 10 yards of him, and you're looking at him when he comes to the sideline like. Because I had dealt with a couple guys. I coached the punt returners, the kickoff returners. When I was dealing with guys like Kelvin Martin and Brian Brennan, really, Kelvin Martin was just great at returning punts. When that guy called for a fair catch, I was in shock. Because he was the guy who would catch him like, if he wasn't where it was supposed to be within a 5-yard radius, when I always said, as soon as the ball hits the foot, you get to a 5-yard radius of where you think that ball is going to drop. Then you can cruise around and jump around and do your thing. But don't get on the dead run where you have to get it. That guy used to get like on dead runs and catch him over the back of his shoulders like a pass because he was a wide receiver. And so I never bothered him. Brian Brennan was the dude that would, when he played at BC, that played with Cleveland Browns, he didn't fair catch any of them. He got the shit knocked out of him. And I just begged him. I said, come on, man. First of all, you're our starting wide receiver for Doug Flutie. Do me a favor. Don't have the head coach come over to me and start yelling at me for telling you not to just fair catch the ball. He goes, oh, I got you. And then he'd come up and he'd be coming up. He'd be like Xavier Worthy, 20-yard sprint, dead sprint on the run and catch it, one hop and go. But those guys were great. They just had great hands. They had a great feel for it. And Kelvin Martin didn't let balls ever get past him. The one hoppers, as I said, he would get to within 5 yards. And if it one hop, bang, he was there like a shortstop. He was awesome. I mean, that takes a lot to trust a freshman in doing that.
Yeah, we'll see if he's actually out there against Ohio State. I think more likely going to be DeAndre Moore or Ryan Niblett in that spot, but who knows? That position battle is up for grabs because you're replacing the guy who did it last year.
More, if you thought that he had some suspect hands at times, that right there is going to help him with his hands, period, having to catch punts. That hand-eye coordination is going to get better for him as a receiver. Because when you say the guy didn't catch on a consistent basis as a receiver, I'll be damned if that guy would be back there returning my punts.
Right. It's a scary thought. And again,
it is a
I know
scary
you
thought.
I know you love the muff, but we don't want to see muffed punts. All right.
Oh,
No
my
muffs on
God.
punts.
Oh,
It's not our thing.
that's one of the worst things to hear is that muffed punt or
Yeah,
the block punt.
It's all bad. It's all bad right there. So there you go. And then a quick Arch nugget. He looked good yesterday. He's the leader. He's audible. He's pumping up his teammates. It's a different feel at practice with him running the show versus what it was with Quinn Ewers. Arch let out a bunch of audible let's goes after the other quarterbacks were making good plays. He actually got mad at himself a couple of times, dropped a couple of expletives during practice yesterday, but made some really good throws. A lot of it against air, but the deep ball accuracy was on point. Hit Ryan Wingo on a couple, hit Parker Livingston on a couple. I said it yesterday, but I think Parker Livingston is primed for a breakout season this year.
Awesome.
And yeah, more good than bad from day one. Again, it's helmets and shorts yesterday. A lot of the offense's work was against air, but Arch Manning looked the part in day one. Some good throws from the other guys as well. But yeah, we can't talk Texas football in 2025 without at least bringing up QB1. All right, let's get to it, Bug. I'll let you steer this ship, man, wherever you want to go with whatever you have planned for your all-time Texas team.
Well, BK had told you guys that there's a little caveat to it. After watching some of that Netflix and then myself being in love with the wishbone when I first started following Texas football, I thought it'd be interesting to try to get my all-Texas list, with the exception of anybody playing right now on the Texas team. They can't be in it. Sorry about some of these great defensive players, but they can't be on the list. So I need kind of a starter, and I'll let you people let me know if I'm good at starter or do I need to have the right kind of backup. But in this offense, you have to play half the game wishbone. You have to be in the wishbone. You're going to need 3 backs and half the game. Where if you want to have 2 backs, who would they be? Or you have to play half the game conventional, what we do as conventional football today. But the other part of it, you got to play half this football game and defend it on defense against the wishbone too. So you have to have defensive players that can be there for the wishbone. They can't be the cuties. Some of them are going to have to be physical players that can handle it. And I thought I'd start out with the offensive line.
All right, hold on. Let me make sure I've got this. So half the game wishbone and half the game like Steve Sarkisian offense.
Yeah, whatever you need to play.
You're making the rules here. Is that what it is?
Yeah. But the majority of, if you can keep the great ones in that played in the wishbone in your backfield. I'm gonna leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to leave the field for 2 more wideouts. No, they don't have to.
Can they catch?
If you're running with these guys in the wishbone, you may not have to throw it.
That's fair. Okay.
You may be controlling the game on the ground. My tackles would be Kelvin Banks, and is there any denial on that one? He's got to be on that all team, right?
I mean, he Outland Trophy winner, Lombardi Trophy winner, top 10 pick. He's got one of the most decorated careers for a Texas offensive lineman in school history. He belongs there.
How about Mike Williams on the other side?
Okay. Yeah. Trying to think, do you have backups too, or did you just go?
Well, I mean, I need some of the people to throw me some of the O's because I won't know much about the offensive lineman in the wishbone because I'm needing a center that played in the wishbone that probably played for, Coach Royal that was just fantastic. But I can't leave out some of the ones that I know. Like I said, I'm going to make the O's mad because they're going to go, wait a minute, can't leave that dude out. Well, those are my 2 tackles. My guard, Dan Neal, has got to be in there as one of the guards and I'm putting Jerry Sizemore as a guard. Okay, Oles? So I got to believe Sizemore would be on the offensive line, correct?
You say Jerry Seinfeld?
No, Jerry Sizemore. Jerry Sizemore would have to be on your offensive line all the time. So would Dan Neal. Yes.
I would probably have Leonard Davis there ahead of Mike Williams at other tackle.
Okay. I mean, that's maybe the kind of thing.
Change. I don't go too much further back than that. I know you're looking for like Bob McKay level Texas football era, but Leonard Davis should be on this team, I think. Guy was a monster.
Okay, well, I'm debating that, Mike Williams and Leonard Davis. And some would say that's no debate, Bucky. It's Leonard Davis, so that's cool. But I don't think there's a debate about Jerry Sizemore or Dan Neal.
No, I'm not going to fight you on either of those guys. Plus, Dan Neal is a frequent guest on TSU, so I got nothing bad to say about that dude.
And I'm looking to think about who would be the center, and somebody with the Olds would have to come in here. But I would say I would put Sinline as my center. That'll make the young folks. I mean, that's from the national championship team. Yeah, I could slide him to center, and that'd be a pretty good offensive line, right?
What about Gene the Coke Machine Chilton?
I need some talk about that. I need some talk from folks about that. I don't know much about that. As I said, there's some guys that played in the wishbone. Remember, I got to play half the game, so you got to have wishbone type of offensive lineman. And the guys that are right there can play any type of, those guys. Dan Neal could do anything you wanted him to do. Sinline probably could. So could Sizemore and Davis and Banks. I mean, that's just a crusher. Now, my quarterback would have to be the greatest player that I've ever seen play college football. That would be Vince Young. Sorry about playing it in the wishbone. He could do it if he had to. If he learned it, he would be the biggest threat ever to come out of the wishbone. My backup would be Marty Akins, the magician. I mean, I know some would say James Street, but I watched Marty. Marty Akins was a magician with the ball. His hand-eye coordination and his timing was incredible. So I'd put Vince as the number one, right? No doubt.
No doubt. Any offense, Vince is your starting quarterback. No Bobby Lane on that?
Sorry, Bobby.
Wow.
Got to play half this thing in the real wishbone. Marty Akins was a genius with it. He really was.
Yeah.
My backfield, got to have three of them across the board until if you want to get into power I or whatever you wanted to do. Earl, Ricky, and Woo Wooster.
Steve-O?
Woo Wooster, yes. Because now we're going back to when I was watching Texas in the wishbone. Woo Wooster has to be in that because I got to play half the game in that offense. That guy will cut your legs right out from under you. I need that guy who's going to give himself up, who can still carry the ball. But is there any doubt about the other two, Ricky and Earl?
No. The damn stadium's named after those two. They're your two Heisman winners. Of course, they belong there.
I'll probably catch my real shit here with my backups to those guys. I may need a little.
You got backups? You got three backups to the three running backs?
I'm going to go with I'm going to go with three. None of them. Probably none of them are coming out of game because if I got into power I can still use all three of those dudes somewhere.
Yeah.
I could use Ricky coming out of the backfield, catching the ball, screens, Earl. I mean, I could use them all. They don't have to come out, but when they do come out, I would go with some people are going to get me on this. Rosie Leaks. Rosie would have to still be my fullback.
Sure.
Cedric Benson.
R.I.P.
Bijan Robinson. Now, before you said anything to me on that, you know who I had in there, which didn't have it wasn't a great college career, had a better NFL career, but I think I had to replace him. I had to replace my guy with the guy that you said, and you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I love Priest Holmes too, but there's no comparison for what they did at Texas.
We'll see how the end of the NFL careers look.
Don't be threatening Bijan.
I'm not threatening.
We'll see how he does. We'll see if he's better than Priest.
I'm not threatening. I'm just saying that's a good decision to have my backups in there. And that guy's a backup. And some would say that guy's a backup in your three. Some people would probably try to get Steve Wooster out of there, but I can't let you do that.
Yeah, that's for the second half, you're inserting Bijan in or Wooster, but in the wishbone, I can live with it, I guess.
Okay, we're still gonna stay in the wishbone at wide receiver. We're gonna have Jordan Shipley because he's gonna catch and he's gonna block. By the way, somebody has to block in the freaking wishbone out there, wide receiver. Jordan Shipley would give himself up, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have Jordan Shipley out there. The backup to that dude, I told BK before we started, will Roy Williams ever block anybody? Would he ever block anybody out there? Or is he just too big? Would he get somebody running up the back of his legs, or would he go out there and just miss the block?
You're thinking too much wishbone. It's not 3.5 quarters of wishbone and a half.
It's only
a quarter.
half, yes. So would I go with Roy Williams? I need that big receiver.
Yeah, got to. No question there. Those are your two best receivers in school history. It's Shipley and Roy, and I'd probably put them in that order. Some people would maybe flip-flop the order, but those are your two starters there in any offense, I think.
Okay. I'll have Metcalf as my return guy, so we'll get rid of that right away. We'll put Metcalf as the returner, kickoff or punt returner. Plus, you got Shipley there if you need a punt returner. So you're okay in that aspect, I think. Tight end, if I'm playing with the tight end, I know there's a bunch of catching tight ends, but I got to have somebody to block. And the only guy I thought of as a blocker were maybe Bo Scaife. He played a bunch of years in the NFL. I mean, he was a pretty good blocker. He did it all. But he wouldn't be my starter because that other 50% of going down the field and catching the ball.
It's fine at that.
Jermichael Finley, maybe.
Maybe Finley, maybe David Thomas.
David Thomas. Yeah, I would probably say David Thomas.
I think he's got the school records for the tight end position at Texas. So I would say David Thomas is the number one tight end.
I'm not like you. I don't have 6 punters, so I don't know enough about the punting stats there. But
you only have 2 receivers. You have no backup receivers. You're giving us 2 receivers. That's it.
That's all you're getting because I'm going to that 50%.
Running backs and 2 receivers. This is a real running back coach here. If anybody ever questioned what position Bucky worked with,
dude, I'm not going to that other 50%. By the way, you're going to be so rolled over after getting wishbone by the first 3 guys. Game's going to be over pretty quickly with that offensive line and the guys in the wishbone.
Okay. Yeah.
And if I had to slide one of those guys out in the slot, if I had to slide Ricky in the slot, that's fine.
I would argue against the wishbone offense in 2025, but if you're telling me that Vince, Earl, and Ricky are all on the field at the same time, you could do whatever the hell you wanted, and you're going to score every single time you have the football.
Yeah, I got to think you got to believe that with that offensive line, there's going to be some hurting guys on the defense side of the football too.
Yeah, that O-line too. Yeah, that's any play you call with those guys out there is going to be a successful one.
Yeah, CB said Pat Fitzgerald. He was in my mind too because he's a pretty good blocker, but he's not going to get in front of David Thomas. He's not going to get in front of him or Jermichael Finley. But somebody has the block in the bone, and Bo Scaife would be my guy.
Okay,
if he's that tight end that's in there, somebody's going no Priest. See there, VK, no Priest. No, Bijan would have to be there. Sorry.
Yeah, it's no contest there. Sorry, Priest.
Yeah,
sorry to you too.
And of course,
so that's
what about I gave you my special punt return. What about my kicker? Tucker.
Who's your kicker?
Tucker, obviously.
Justin
Tucker, yeah. I think I had to have a backup to him. If I had a backup to him,
that's your guy. What about your guy, Phil Dawson?
What about Russell Erxleben?
Isn't he more of a punter?
No, he was a kicker. He was straight on. I think Russell Erxleben was a straight on kicker. And he could boom him. Yeah, but I would probably have to go with Phil Dawson behind Tucker. Yeah.
Erxleben is my number one because of his crimes. I like his crimes more than I like Tucker's crimes.
You got to be good at something. Yeah, because you're going to be, once I get to the defensive guys, you're going to be excited about me saying the name Bill Bradley for sure.
I like what Erxleben did off the field more than what Justin Tucker allegedly did off the field. So I'm going with
hide your money from Russell. Oh, thanks. Good job. Hunter Lawrence. Here's a name. Hunter Lawrence.
Lawrence was great. Hit one of the biggest kicks in school history. Got Texas in the 2009 championship game. That kick against Nebraska. That was huge. Very reliable kicker. For years at Texas.
They're yelling for Priest because of the Big 12. No, that's not going to happen. He can't take.
You can replace one of the olds with Priest, but you can't replace Bajan
No.
Mustard guy with Priest.
Okay, so you take that. You like that as offense. You need another receiver somewhere.
I mean, if you're gonna have, it's up to you. It's your list. You only have 2. You had like 6 at every other position. You only had 2 receivers. So I don't care. It's your call if you want to throw more on this team.
No, I don't need
But
more
you got
receivers. I'll take
Okay.
the running backs. I'll take the extra running backs instead of the receivers. I'm good. VY is going to take off and run with the ball anyway. And plus, you're never coming out of the wishbone. Somebody said, well, half is up. You got to play something else. No, I don't. I'll just take those 3 guys and go downhill all day long.
Yeah, those 3 guys. I'm probably taking out Wooster in the second half for Robinson, but
Wow.
you're still. I don't know how much Bajan. I can't call him that, dude.
I know.
I can't. It's Bijan. I
Yeah,
can't
Bijan.
Bajan.
Where does Bijan align with a guy like Cedric Benson? I mean, Cedric Benson was pretty special too.
I'd go. I mean, R.I.P. Said B. Love him. One of my first favorite Texas football players as a kid. But I think I would take Bajan's Texas career over Said B's.
Okay. All right. Let's flip it over, BK. Here's where I'm going to get. Here's where the grief comes in.
We've already gotten some. So we'll see what's next.
All right. On the defensive front,
Okay.
I've got to have Tony Brackens has to be out there because we're going to try to defend the wishbone. We have to defend the wishbone for half a game too, correct? Yeah.
Your rule?
Tony Brackens is there. Kenneth Sims is there.
Okay.
Derek Johnson has got to play. Derek Johnson's got to play.
All right. You clearly spent more time on the offense because you have 2 total defensive linemen. That's all you have?
No, I've got more than that.
You had 6 running backs and you're 2?
I got Casey Hampton beside Kenneth Sims.
Now you're just reading the text line. I know
No, I'm
what
not.
you're doing.
No, Casey Hampton has to be the nose guard with those guys with Kenneth Sims for sure. Okay. I may have to put Sweat in there because I'm still trying to stop the wishbone. Ayala, I mean, is he big? Obviously, he was big enough to stop the wishbone in college. He can also, one of the sack leaders of all time. So but Derek Johnson has to play somewhere.
Well, he's a linebacker. You're putting him in linebacker.
I'm using 5 and 2. Okay. Yeah, Tommy
use
Nopes.
whatever you want to use, but
okay, 5-2.
Derek, Derek Johnson on the D line. Why would you do that?
I'm gonna use Tommy Nobis and Derek Johnson in the middle.
All right. So who are your other defensive ends?
Ayala has to be one of my defensive ends.
Okay.
Or Tony Brackens. That I'll go with that.
No Arakpo there.
No, maybe. Those guys have to be backups, I believe.
Okay.
You okay with Tommy Nobis? You all right with Tommy Nobis in the middle?
Yeah, I'd put Arakpo ahead of Tony Brackens.
You would?
Yeah, and Kiki Diallo's more. He's got the sack records, but I don't know.
How would he line up again? I mean, but he's had to line up.
He's before my time, so I don't know much about that guy except he holds all of the sack records.
He was a speed guy. He obviously had strength. He had to run. He had to go against the wishbone all the time, but he had great feet.
Okay, yeah, you can be on there too, but I think Rack's got to be on the outside, coming off the edge. That guy.
Okay.
That guy he won a bunch of awards at Texas. Had a great pro career too. I would put him higher up on the list.
All right, thank you.
For sure. D tackle. What about Mongo? You putting him up front anywhere?
Can I put Mongo, Sims, and Casey Hampton together?
You're not moving those guys.
No, nobody's moving them.
No. Yeah, I like that. It's a good starter. That's a good starting D line. I mean, we may have now given too many names, but all of those guys can rotate in and out at that position all the time.
Yeah, somebody has to. I mean, I gave you a second team on the damn offense. Of course, as you said, I spent more time on the offense thinking about it, which I would, because in the secondary, I'm going to have to go at safety with Ray Clay, for sure. Michael Griffin, those two guys. They got to be my – Raymond Claiborne was one of the greatest looking dudes in a uniform I've ever seen run. Just so smooth, silky smooth back there at safety. Yes, he's got to be back there.
Who?
Raymond Claiborne. Am I wrong at that? Would you put Michael Griffin back there first, correct?
Yeah, I'd also put Michael Huff there ahead of Raymond Claiborne. I put Earl Thomas ahead of Raymond Claiborne.
Sorry, I can't make the old man.
I don't know if that guy's on the bench.
Wow.
It's starting. There's all the great safeties who have been here. That's crazy.
No, I'm not moving him. The other guys can be behind him. What about Michael?
It's your team, but you're not. It ain't the best team that you're throwing out there.
How about my safety, Ross?
Well, Ross is a corner. Huff is a safety. Ross is the corner.
Okay, well, go ahead and put Huff. And here it is, battling Bill Bradley
at safety.
Yes, I mean in the strong safety in the slot against the wishbone. Yes.
Okay.
What else would he be good for, BK?
Bill Bradley, I don't know, picking up Farrah Fawcett. Like if you need hot chicks at your games, then I guess you bring him there. Well, I feel like all these guys probably made.
Well, you're not going to kick him off the team then. You're going to keep him.
I would not have him ahead of all of the names that I've mentioned.
Okay.
But
I would because I'm old.
He was doing more against the wish. Like he's, I guess, more tested against that offense than all of the more modern guys who didn't go up against a wishbone.
Yeah, I mean that's now at cornerback. Cornerback is a tough one. A lot of great corners.
Yeah. Who's on your list there? Did you already mention any?
Well, Jerry Gray has to be on the list somewhere.
Sure.
Jerry Gray. Oh my God. Just had a guy who just won the Thorpe Award last year.
Jade.
Yeah, that's a tough one for me. That's like pissing in the wind. That's just asking for a problem from the DB clubs,
So who you going with? You're refraining from answering at cornerback?
No, I would put. I'm going to put Jerry Gray and Barron and Gray.
Oh man,
what have I done?
Well, that's fine. You're going to give me Aaron Ross and Nathan Vasher and Quentin Jammer. Then I will. If we're doing a fantasy,
you want to take Westbrook along with it too?
You can have those corners. No, I want the three that I said. I want those guys. You can have the rest of them.
Really?
I'll take those three, and then I'll go have a margarita with Rod B too on the sideline, and we'll call that a day.
Wow.
Yeah, those would be my picks at corner, I think. But
yeah, somebody says Huff and Griffin and Thomas as safeties.
Yeah. I think those are the three best that I've seen in my Texas lifetime.
Yeah, Earl Thomas is pretty daggum good. I mean, that secondary one is the one that's just hard. I don't think the defensive line, even the running backs, is as hard as what you have to do in the secondary.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's DBU. At least at one point, this was DBU. Trying to get back to that last year.
And I got to see Ray Claiborne up close and personal. So for 2 years, whoa.
I didn't. So I'll trust your judgment on that. But I know he's an all-time great. I just don't think he's as all-time great as those other guys.
Yeah, and I would say my specialist, my return guy would be Metcalf for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any debate on that.
No. I mean, there's been some other great ones. I mean, Vasher was awesome back there.
Vasher was pretty good punt returner. Yes, he was.
You brought up Jordan Shipley, obviously, earlier. Like, he was a great return man at Texas, but I think Metcalf was the most dynamic special teams player that the Horns have ever had. That guy in today's football, we've talked to Metcalf, and he believes this himself, but I don't think it's like narcissistic of him to think it. Like, that guy was in the wrong era of football. That guy was playing now with how versatile some of these players are and just how much, of football was played in space nowadays versus what it used to be, kind of played in a phone booth. And Eric Metcalf nowadays would be like legendary.
Oh, he was incredible. Between him and the guy, Billy Sims, to watch those guys, and when they return the football, when they got a hold of the football in open space and your guys were spread out on the punt, you knew it when they caught it that, that guy's not in the right place. This one's going to the house.
Billy Sims, the guy who yells, "Rumor!" all the time.
Yeah, that guy is scary. That guy was maybe the scariest of all of them.
Yeah, he was pretty good. He was pretty damn good.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a hard time with the secondary one. I leave that up to the people. I can't, because once again, I've watched Raymond Claiborne play as a player and as a, just a guy watching football. I just thought he was fabulous.
Yeah.
And, and I don't even have the Ham Joneses or the Lamb Jones. Those guys are substitutes in this deal. That's how good the players have been, wide receiver and secondary here at Texas. Quentin Jammer.
Yeah, it's a blue blood. Like, it's tough to fill out these lists, and you're going to piss some people off anytime you try to rank the all-time greats or try to put together a depth chart with all the best players in this school's history. I mean, I think you did a good job.
I can win. Let me just say this. I can win with the offense, with the bone
You fell asleep. I could tell when you started falling asleep when you were putting the defense together, but your offense that's not getting stopped by anybody.
Casey Hampton is on that defense, correct?
Yeah, yes, of course. He should be. Yeah, I mean, you got a lot right. Like Nobis and Derek Johnson, those are your two best linebackers you've had. Those guys are your starters right there. The team you ended up putting together on defense is
okay.
It's pretty damn. Yeah, it'll work. It'll work.
They wouldn't stop the offense. They wouldn't stop the offense because nobody's stopping the offense.
No, and if I'm going up against that defense, I'm testing the secondary a little bit because my secondary is better, So
wow,
that's what I'm doing. All right, I like that. Good stuff. The Buck couldn't sleep last night, so he jotted down his all-time Texas Longhorns roster with the caveat of playing half the game with the wishbone, you're playing half the game with the Steve Sarkisian offense.
Got to defend that bone. Got to defend that bone too.
Got to defend that bone. Watch out for that bone. All right.
Yeah. So you got your little secondary guys that you love that have to come up and play the run.
Yeah, Michael Huff. Oh, Michael Huff would do a horrible job defending the run, Bug. Do you hear yourself? Come on, man.
I think my guys are going to defend the run a little better.
All right. Well, that's I don't think they're getting to the secondary, if we're being perfectly honest.
That's true.
The front guys that you've got. You're playing a 5-2. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, I'm putting 5 guys on the defensive line.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Hampton and Kenny Sims and Mongo. Hey, have at it.
Yeah, they're not going very far. It'd be a fun practice getting all those dudes. Can we get AI to put something like that together? I guess.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, run, toss, sweep on the goal line against that.
Well, the O-line with the runners. Nah, it'd still be a loss. Stupid ass play call, coach. Dang it. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Keep them coming. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We'll get a little more Steve Sarkisian sound. We also have a little baseball to get into. The Major League Baseball trade deadline is 5:00 today. The Astros made a move last night. We'll see if they're doing anything else. We'll see if the Rangers make a move today. We also have a weird Gilbert Arenas story to dive into and this WNBA video for the people. But before we get to those, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the Hecht Law Firm as well. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Been a friend of mine for a long time, and he's been fighting for justice and big results here in the Austin area for a decade. He has your back. So if you get hurt, or if you know somebody that gets hurt in a car accident, in a workplace accident, any sort of personal injury, reach out to Hurricane Hecht. He's going to get you the money that you deserve. And the best part, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht wins your case. He is that confident that he is going to get money in your pocket. You don't have to pay him until he does. Friend of the show, but a fighter for the people. Reach out to him. 512-938-8929. You can find out more information online, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. When you reach out to him, make sure you tell him that TSU sent you.
And folks, of course, our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, for all your alcohol needs, whether it's a big party, small party, neighborhood gathering, they can get the alcohol to you. They're a wholesale distributor, and they can get it to you in the Travis County area for sure. Or just stop by the store at 4601 Southwest Parkway and pick up your wine, all your spirits, and the number one beer, the best beer in America, that would be Altstadt Beer. That's the best beer anywhere. I'm sorry about that. I just said America. You know, we're doing that all over the world, I would think.
Yeah, you don't have to limit it to just this country because it's the best there is in any country. We're just lucky enough to have it in the country of Texas.
There you
That's
go.
what we got down
There
here.
you go.
Love the Altstadt beer. If you haven't tried it yet, you're missing out. Whatever you have going on this summer and into football season, your good times are made better with Altstadt beer by your side. They've got a bunch of different brews: the lager, the Kolsch, the Hefeweizen, the Peach Radler, great for the summer, the light beer. Pretty soon they'll have the Oktoberfest seasonal cut back on the shelves. Next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits, next time you're at any grocery store, next time you're at your favorite bar or restaurant, belly up to the bartender and ask for Altstadt beer. You go through a lot in this life. You deserve a great beer. Make that Altstadt beer. It's my choice. It should be yours as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities. No regrets.
I did leave a Noble Doss off of that in the secondary, which he was one of the all-time interception leaders in University of Texas history. Sorry about that to the Doss family. I shouldn't have done that. Should have had him. He should have been at least second or third. There's a number of defensive backs, and there are a lot of good ones. He was an interception go-getter now. He knew how to go for the ball. Back in those days, hey, when they were throwing in a bone against him, he was there.
Yeah, you can have him on your team too. I'm sticking with my guy.
Can I have him and Bill Bradley? You better get it out. Hey, you better leave Bill Bradley in there. He's got to stay.
If they're going up against current day wide receivers, yeah, Bill Bradley against Jeremiah Smith, no thanks. Sorry, Bill. No thanks.
We're playing football in the times. That's what we're doing.
Football in the times. Football in the times. All right, real quick, Major League Baseball in the times. Big day across the MLB. The trade deadline is today at 5 o'clock Central Time. We've seen a few big moves made. We actually just had one within the last 10 minutes. The Toronto Blue Jays, Buck, your favorite team, they are finalizing a trade to acquire Shane Bieber from the Cleveland Guardians, the former AL Cy Young winner, who hasn't had a great year. Is coming off of Tommy John surgery. Yeah, I mean, former Cy Young winner, got great stuff. The Blue Jays lead the American League East right now, and they are going all in, bringing in, a guy who just a couple of years ago was one of the best pitchers in the sport. So they make that move. The team that's been the most active has been the Seattle Mariners. Obviously a team that the Houston Astros and the Texas Rangers have to deal with in the American League West. Last week, the Mariners made a splash getting Josh Naylor, I hardly know her, from Arizona. Late last night, like midnight Eastern time, they made a trade for Eugenio Suarez, not to be confused with the Eugenio Suarez. Eugenio Suarez, who leads the NL in RBIs right now and is fifth in the majors in home runs with 37. He is also going to Seattle. So the Mariners tie with the Rangers for that final wild card spot in the AL. They're 5 games out of first place. Obviously, that's where the Astros are right now. But Seattle going all in. They are, they're trading some prospects to go see if they can make a run this year, and we'll see if it happens. But they've got a good team. They got a good lineup right now.
What about the Toronto Blue Jays?
Yeah, Toronto is solid too. So we'll see. The Astros did make a move last night. They picked up Ramon Urias from the Baltimore Orioles. Utility infielder, can play second, can play short, can play third. Overall season numbers aren't going to wow you. He has been really good since the All-Star break. Very versatile.
Sell that popcorn.
You could sell that popcorn?
Probably. I mean, what's the move for that? Do they need a utility guy now?
Well, they've had they've had a lot of injuries. Jeremy Pena's close to coming back. He's rehabbing right now. So there's a chance he's back this weekend for the big league club. But Isaac Paredes at third base is out for a while. So yeah, I mean, they're pretty banged up. They've lost a little bit on their infield, and bringing in a guy who, again, can play a couple of different positions. He's a solid defender. It gives you a little bit on offense or, at the plate. I think it's a good move for Houston. They didn't have to give up a lot. Just one prospect who's like number 35 or 36 in their system. So not a big time trade, but somebody who can help the club for sure. We'll see if the Astros make another move. They've been linked to Dylan Cease, another former Cy Young winner with the San Diego Padres. Not having a great year, but a guy who's got great stuff.
Well, they got enough players with the Padres to give up some.
Yeah, it feels like with Houston, like if you get a pitcher with stuff down there, they're going to maximize what he's got. They've been doing that for years. They develop pitchers and work with pitchers better than pretty much any team in the sport. So that would be a big-time coup for the Stros if they're able to get it. Again, 5 o'clock tonight, and we'll see if the Rangers do anything. No moves yet for Texas. They're tied for that third wild card spot, so reason to believe they could make a move or two. I don't think they're going to sell. The question is, do they feel like they have enough going for them this season to actually trade guys to go in this year? We will see. 5 o'clock tonight.
Cool. BK, did you say that when Sark was talking about the returners, does Emmett Mosley, did you say his name? Did Sark say his name at all?
Yeah, I mean, he did as a receiver, but he didn't say anything about him
as a return guy, did he?
I don't think anybody asked about the return game yesterday. Like, the returning notes we have are just from the people who were at practice, and that's what they saw with their own eyes. So the returners that Jeff Banks said 2 days ago were Wisner, Moore, and Niblett. And then yesterday, the three guys that were out there were Niblett, Moore, and McCutcheon.
Okay. So no Mosley at all. All right.
No Mosley yet, but has been getting worked in with the offense. Shohei Ohtani got hurt yesterday, but it was just cramps, apparently. It
looked like he cramped up a little bit. Actually threw like 12 straight, he's 12 straight pitches that didn't come near the plate. He's trying to throw that curve that kept going in the dugout.
Yeah, but he stayed in the game as a DH, so it doesn't seem like anything too bad for Shohei. All right, couple of fun stories. That's enough baseball for you. A couple of fun stories to wrap up today's show. I don't know if you saw this, but former NBA All-Star Gilbert Arenas was arrested yesterday. You care to take a guess on what it was for? I'll give you a hint. Gilbert Arenas was once suspended for an entire NBA season for pulling a gun on a teammate in the Wizards locker room.
Was he at a concert and pulled out a gun on somebody? Somebody's in his seat somewhere?
No. Interesting guess. Oh, that's a bad job by the security if he was able to bring in a piece to the concert.
It's a bad job that they get dildos in games. Come on.
It's a little, there's no metal in a dildo. I'm sure they have metal dildos, but you're to just, shove a plastic thing like that in your pocket and sneak it through the metal detectors, right?
What did he do?
He was arrested in California and charged with 1 count of conspiracy to operate an illegal gambling business. Also, 1 count of operating an illegal gambling business.
Was he trying to be somebody's cousin?
And 1 count of making false statements to federal investigators. He was one of 6 people arrested in connection with this. One of the guys who was arrested was Giora Gershman, who is a suspected high-level member of an Israeli organized crime group.
What?
So Gilbert Arenas is doing work with somebody in the Israeli mob Also, 4 other associates who were indicted and arrested in
Hey,
connection with
Gilbert,
this
they
thing.
don't have their eye on you. You just happen to be with the wrong group, you idiot. I mean,
And maybe
really?
maybe a wrong guy to do business with. Maybe Arenas
Yeah.
didn't know. He didn't do his research on this guy. He just,
Holy shit.
but who knows? So, according to the incident, Arenas rented out his Encino, California house, and one of his associates, staged the mansion for poker games. They recruited co-conspirators to host. They collected rent from the co-conspirators on Arenas' behalf. The indictment alleges that Gershman and the other defendants ran illegal pot limit Omaha poker games, among others, and collected a cut from each pot that was contested. Prosecutors also
So they didn't have phone banks. They weren't phone banking it, calling their cousin through those. They were probably doing that too.
Yeah, I don't know how they got caught. If it's just they were investigating this, Israeli mob guy, and
I would
they
say most
stumbled
likely
across-
him than
or
Gilbert.
if they got a tip. Apparently, they hired chefs, valets, they had armed security guards at all of these games. Also, young women serving drinks, giving
Come on,
massages, providing companionship to the players in exchange for tips. I wonder what was going on there.
That's going to cost you some time.
Yeah, so if he's found guilty of these charges, it's up to 5 years for each, and there are 3 charges there against Gilbert Arenas. Agent Zero, as they called him.
Hey, Agent Zero, I think you're at least getting 10 of the 15.
Agent Zero guilt is what he's saying in the courtroom right now.
After everybody's done squealing on each other, Gilbert, the low man on the totem pole, is going to get 10 out of the 15 at least.
What's the problem with this? You can't have poker games at your house anymore? What's the crime?
Because you can't be collecting money on it for sure. Hey, you can't be taking up rent. Yeah. Hey, that's just the house fee, right?
Right. You're hosting.
Right.
They got all these poker rooms out there, don't they? They charge people to be there, don't they?
Yeah.
So what's the crime here?
I probably think it, but the 12-year-old girls, that's probably the crime.
Yeah, it says young women. I hope that was of age women, but nowadays I feel like you shouldn't assume that.
No, don't assume that.
So maybe that was part of it. But chefs, I'd love to have a personal chef at a poker game. Kidding me? Valets? Armed
I'm
guards?
looking for some Twizzlers.
Yeah, what's the deal here? Like all this money I got to give to the casinos when I go. I can't go hang out at Gilbert Arenas' house.
No, you can't go up to his house, pull up. Dude, you pull up and your whip, you got a problem.
Yeah, no, they're not valeting the Ultima.
Yeah, they're going to kind of know something's up if you pull up in that ride.
The Ultima's not getting valet treatment. It's getting get the hell out of this neighborhood treatment.
What if you pull up in there and say, hey, I'm coming I got to be here for the game. And you pull up in your car and you hand the keys to some dude.
Would I get shot?
No, you won't get shot. The guy would drop the keys back in your hand and he'd say, down the street to the left, quarter of a mile over there. There's a couple parking spaces. Leave it there. Walk back up here and see me again. When you come in, don't walk past me the next time. Stop again. So I can tell you to get the hell out of here. Walk back down to your car and leave.
Oh, yeah. He's making me, park the car, then come back. I'll let you in. And then when I come back, he's like, I was kidding. Get the out of here.
Yeah. Hurry up and get out of here.
Yeah. That's probably what's happening. It's they'd probably be, I'd probably get killed for that, dude. These type of people, like.
And you walked up in the wrong joint? Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, he's trying to play poker. It's one thing. It's not like, oh, I'm at the wrong house. Like, I was here for a fantasy football draft. Then it's like, whatever. But if it's like, oh, I'm here for the poker game, then they're like, okay, who's snitching? And what does he know? And do we need to kill this guy right now?
You may not make it back to your car. I'm sorry about the walk back. You won't make – when you start going down the driveway and where they told you to park, you're going to head on out of town.
I may not make
You're going to have that feeling about not coming back again.
Yep. All right. We got two quick fun stories here, and then we'll bring on the boys for crosstalk. You know what? We are going to show the video from yesterday. To hell with copyright. Gilbert Arenas has inspired me to break the law today. We showed the still shot picture of the giant neon green sex toy that was thrown on the court at the end of a WNBA game a couple of nights ago. I mentioned that, this is a picture from the TV broadcast. Here's the actual TV broadcast. literally doing a zoom in close up on the toy.
Type of activity, yeah. And no one's picked the object up yet. You guys, oh my gosh, okay. Okay. Inappropriate. Get him out of here, whoever it is.
See that officer?
So they
instead of
zoomed
pulling
in.
me over, we need more officers doing that, right?
What, on dildo duty?
Oh,
We just need officers around just making sure that no one's throwing dildos on basketball courts.
what a game.
Is that what you're advocating for? Yeah, and then, of course, the you got to go moral high horse. That must be like a rule when you're a broadcaster. If someone like streaks, if someone like fake moons the crowd like Randy Moss, if someone does something like this, you've got to be like, that is disgusting, deplorable. That's a
My first thought is, why didn't I think of it? My first thought is, why didn't I think about that first?
It's like, why? Oh, as an announcer? Yeah, why didn't I do that as an announcer?
I should have thought of that before I came here tonight.
I don't understand like the moral high horse. Like everyone thinks you're a jabroni. Like you just laugh at it. Like, oh, the camera shows that the best thing that announcer could have done there is just been like, oh, and then stay silent for a few seconds. Like that would have been hilarious right there. But instead,
I hate it when they
get him out of here. That's disgusting. Oh God, throw him in jail? How could they? How could someone have fun?
They got rid of streakers. When they quit showing the streakers on TV, I got pissed. I was like, come on, man. Remember Monday Night Football, some guy would come running across the field in his boxers. I'm like, show that guy. Show that guy getting hit.
Show it.
You know?
It's funny. Give us a laugh, you know? They don't want people to.
They don't want to encourage that.
Yeah, be encouraged to do that. Yep. Kevin Harlan's got the best because he was doing radio, but he had a great play-by-play of a streaker at some Monday Night Football game. We'll go get that for later in the week because it's fun.
I remember
maybe
that,
next
yeah.
week. But that's what you want right there. All right, the other WNBA vid that we have, and we'll bring on Double R and Wags for this one. No sex toys were involved in the making of this next clip, but I will say we did have an injury in this one, boys.
Uh-oh. It's not good.
You know, it's a halftime show in Los Angeles a couple of nights ago.
Oh, no,
LA
not me.
Is it El Duncan?
Huh?
This isn't the plate slinging lady trying to make a return too soon. Mimi Chu or whatever her name was.
Red Robin?
Red Robin. What was her name?
Unbelievable. Calling her Mimi Chu. That is, boy, I don't even know if I can.
Red Rider.
That is great. I am using that from here on out. Mimi Chu is the default. That is who she is. Mimi Chu.
Red Rider. What's her name? Red Rider.
Red Panda, not Red Rider BB gun.
Okay.
Red Skin.
No, it wasn't her. It was you guys like the cartwheels. You guys like the gymnasts who go out there and do all those stunts, don't you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Wags, by the way, your mic, something's up with your mic. I don't think it's plugged in right. I'll tell you that right now before I show this. We've got a halftime show. We've got flippers. And, the mascot was also on the court.
Oh, boy.
Things didn't really go well.
Oh, damn.
Oh, is that better?
Damn. Oh.
Still bad, Wags.
It's like an MMF. That's like one of those get them in the octagon deals. That's kick to the head.
Here's the slow-mo. So we got a bunch of back handsprings.
Damn. Oh, that was across the neck area. You're going to need to relax the back accessory.
The mascot just stays there, doesn't move for like 5 seconds.
I got him on the neck, BK. Look. Wham. In the throat.
That's like a shin. That's like a lower leg. There's a lot of bone in that part of the leg that just clocks this guy. And I know he's wearing he's got the furry costume on and he's got the giant head.
He gets it more in the neck than the head.
Yeah, it's like right there on the.
Oh,
yeah, like
the throat.
Probably hit him in the temple. Probably hit him in the temple, Buck.
Like
you think is that low? Okay. Let's see. Sheesh.
You know what? If that had been that little Bevo dude, he would have went right across him. He'd have gone over the top of him.
Man.
What? He would have.
That little guy in the Bevo outfit, that smelly little person inside of the Bevo deal.
Oh, you're saying it's a little person in there?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Golly, man. That's why they
How about it better?
There
Yeah,
you
that's
go.
Wham! Oh, that's
Bang.
right in the throat.
It looks like the left leg hits the side of the head and the right leg gets more neck here.
That's an injury right there.
A little slow-mo. Oh.
That mascot's going to be calling Hurricane Hecht.
My dude,
Oh,
what
yeah.
are you doing, bro? You know the backflip routine, man.
Injured on the job.
Like,
Why
so
are
who's
you
in the
in
wrong
my
spot
path?
here? We're blaming the mascot for this?
So is this at a WNBA game?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
he's looking up
halftime
in
at the
He's looking
LA
up in the
Sparks.
bleachers, BK. Look at him. He's looking up in the bleachers, pointing
He's
at
trying
you.
to make sure that dildo doesn't hit him in the head, so he gets hit with a leg.
He can't see anything. He's looking through like the tongue, isn't he?
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how those mascots do their deal.
Showing out. Look at him.
Too. He's like he's doing the jerk or something, like dancing backwards, and then all of a sudden, bang.
Yeah,
Can't
that's
really
Hurricane
tell.
Hecht. You need to call him for that.
Yeah, can't really tell
Oh.
if it's a dude or a lady in there. I mean, a lot of times you can tell who the person inside the mascot is by the way they move. You know, like somebody comes out like Sophie Cunningham twerking and shaking her hips. It's like, okay, there's a female in there. But if it's like a dude, you know, probably not quite as animated.
Aren't
It's
they
gotta-
mostly dudes?
No, I don't know. I mean,
women in
the
there.
little nasty smelling bevo guy. What's that? What is that little bevo animal called? The mascot? Oh, Rowdy.
Rowdy?
Oh, remember
Oh.
Rowdy?
Rowdy?
Remember that silly Rowdy? Wasn't that an old black dude in there?
No, the old black dude was Cowboy Ray. Or,
Rowdy, yeah.
you remember that guy? He used to ride a stick horse.
That's what. Let me tell you something. That didn't help my
Guy
life
from
with
Happy
the Cowboys.
Gilmore?
That guy didn't do anything for me to like the Cowboys. I'm
Crazy
like,
Ray.
come on.
Crazy Ray. Crazy Ray Bucky was
Crazy
his
Ray?
name. Crazy Ray. And he'd ride a stick horse. And he,
And they called that fool crazy too.
crazy.
Crazy Ray.
He'd set
Oh.
he'd set the stick horse down and he'd have a stiffy. I'm like, dude, don't be riding that thing in front of the crowd at Texas Stadium.
And plus, I think he had real guns on his hips. That was the thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Come on, Crazy Ray. No, that never helped me become more of a Cowboy fan. That didn't help me at all.
I think
stayed a
Rowdy.
Vikings fan. I wanted to be a Cowboy fan, but as soon as I saw that guy on his stick horse, that old brother running around, I was like, hell no.
And you remember, he'd go shoot the Indian when they play the
That's
Redskins.
right.
He'd like,
Go
shoot the
chase
Indian.
them. Back in the day, that's right. When
Oh,
they were the
yeah.
Redskins, that dude was. They would be having fights at halftime.
I don't remember. I don't
Chasing
recall
on
that at all.
stick- On that hobby horse, that's great.
You shoot the Indian and you see smoke coming out of that gun. I'm assuming it was
I'm
blank.
telling you, he had real bullets in that thing. Oh my God. Oh,
Man, sports sucks now, man.
I
No,
mean, it
but-
does. I mean, the kissing bandit's gone. Crazy Ray. I think Crazy Ray may have died. They called that fool crazy. That old guy that they got from South Oak Cliff and put a cowboy outfit on him and let him run around on a hobby horse. That's bullshit. That is not right.
an old black man running around
What's not
Dallas,
right
Texas,
is you
just
just
like
called
a
an
cowboy.
you just called an Asian woman me choo choo. That's what's not
Me,
right.
No, it was Me Choo Chin. It was Me Choo Chin. Or Me Chin Woo.
I don't think it was.
Chin Chin, no, it was Chin Chin Woo or something.
No, it was me choo choo.
I think
too,
Rowdy's
too.
Rowdy's the new mascot that dresses up.
That's a white dude. That's a white dude.
And Rowdy's a guy that he's like 00, and that's why Jerry won't let Overshown wouldn't let him be number 0 because the mascot had to be 0.
Oh, that's
Woo,
good.
woo,
Right.
woo, Penny, woo.
They wouldn't let him. They wouldn't let him have 00 because of Rowdy.
Because of Rowdy. Rowdy's
an
more important
Rowdy
than
organization.
wore,
Satan.
Rowdy wore number 0. You can't take the mascot's number. That's way too important. You can't give it to
What? Hey,
Agent
what an
Zero.
organization! Take a old black man from South Oak Cliff, make him Crazy Ray, just crazy ass Ray with real guns, and then they got Rowdy. They won't let you have Rowdy's number. Wow,
That's what they
God.
do.
they're never
boys.
going to win again, BK. It's not going to
Hey,
happen.
America's team. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
America.
Cool.
America's
Good play.
team.
Good play.
Yeah.
All right, I got to go.
Yeah.
I got to go. Let Mike McCall in. Love Mike McCall. McCall Custom Homes. Don't forget him.
That's right.
Don't
See you
like we said
guys. See you
hello.
tomorrow.
Later.
All right, buddy.
I
Crazy
welcome
Ray.
to Chaos Theory.
Oh my God, forgot about that guy. It was seriously, Wags. That dude would come out at the half. And he'd be like at the old Texas Stadium, and he'd be out there on that stick horse, and he'd be doing the whole, hip shake and where he's riding that thing. And he would, like when the Indian was out there for the Redskin, he'd go like put a gun right to his head.
I can't get Happy Gilmore's Happy Place out of my mind right now. Like that's what all I'm envisioning is just, people on hobby horses chasing the Indian trying to shoot him. And then all of a sudden just give me Rob Schneider and a little person on a damn tricycle riding around a golf
Dude,
ring.
Speaking of Happy Gilmore,
am I on LSD? Or is this an old trip? Like what is going on here?
What about the hobby horse?
No, just today. Like, is this a real conversation that I'm having?
As far as I can tell.
Welcome to Chaos Theory. We are chaotic, if you cannot tell.
I woke up this morning, had a great night's sleep, but I woke up tired. Got me an OLIPOP. I got an OLIPOP. Thought about a beer.
Time out. How do you have a great night's sleep and wake up tired?
Dude, I don't know what happened, but I was sleeping. So you ever like roll over?
That is what you said, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You ever wake up at night and you roll over and you just feel like you're resting so good, and you look at your watch and it's like, holy shit, I've got 3.5 more hours of sleep to do, and you just feel so rested.
No, counterpoint, I've felt the other to where I've woken up and it's like coincidentally 5 or 10 minutes before my alarm goes off, and it feels like I haven't even shut my eyes, right? But I mean, I have, like, I've slept all through the night, didn't even wake up to piss or whatever, and you think that, oh my God, I'm waking up for my morning piss call at 4 a.m. and here we are, it's 5:50. You know what I mean? It's time to get ready and get up. So
yeah,
I've experienced that, but haven't experienced to where
yeah, it's just
you feel like you sleep damn well, you so damn well, and it's only 3 a.m. So no, I've never felt that. Usually, if I'm waking up at 3 a.m, it ain't going so hot, right?
It's like I slept so well that I woke up and I'm sleepy from resting, if that makes any kind of sense. And I didn't even take a sleeping pill. Every now and then I'll take a sleeping pill or nighttime pain medicine.
You take stuff to put you to sleep?
Sure. To keep me asleep. Yeah, I'll take those PM, like Tylenol PM, but I take the HEB PM. I ain't spending money on Tylenol. I buy the generic, the little blue pill.
Dude,
not that one, the other one.
Let's just go exercise a little more then. All right. We shouldn't be taking shit to go to sleep. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm just putting myself in the pool with you here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't take shit to go. Well, I guess I do. You know what? I guess I don't take pills to go to sleep. Right. So usually I walk in the clouds and I go to sleep. So,
well, it's kind of just one of those things to relax, to rest, to not wake up.
I got you. No,
but the pissing does kind of wake me up though, because sometimes you wake up with that.
Oh,
Have you ever woken up? Have you ever woken up like you're talking about right there, where you've got like an hour left to sleep, and you're like, okay, you're mentally, I think I have to piss, but I think I can fall back asleep and be okay. Has that ever happened?
I wake up and I gotta piss. I just get up and piss. Why torment yourself like that?
I can usually, if it's that close to waking up or getting out of bed before the dog gets me out of bed, I can usually.
My dude, that ain't a good rest. That'll be on that pushing the walls of your bladder. Now I'm no doctor, but I did stay at a holiday. I played one time in a show or whatever.
Yeah.
Old country doctor will diagnose you if you feel something pushing on the walls of your bladder. You got to get up and go, buddy. Don't hold that thing in.
Now the pooping. Now, if I wake up and I'm feeling the urge to poop, no, I'm not going to try to hold.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. Follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. I'm at the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. My partner in crime that talks about poop all the time and taking pills to sleep is Double R, and can be found on InstaFace at _Rodney R, and then on Brand X/Twitter at the Rodney R. Make sure you smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Like the video, please. Like the video, not just this video, but the afternoon video as well. And then also hit us up on that code of text line if you were out and about. If you were mobile, the lottery number is 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328. That way you guys can communicate with us if you're at a stoplight or whatever and you want to tell us, something that's going down in the news or whatever. Hey, man, where do you want to go first? We're kind of already chaotic as it is. We got the wheel to get in here. I did add top 5 Major League Baseball venues. Right? That's kind of what we were talking about yesterday? That should have been on the list. Now, do we want to include all the rest of the venues too? I mean, I would love to go see Arrowhead, right? But I think we should keep those kind of
sports venues
categorized to where not just sports venues. I think we should keep them categorized to where throughout the sports, and then maybe we'll do like a after we hit like the football stadiums, the baseball stadiums, the basketball arenas, the hockey arenas. After that, maybe we do like
the
combined collective there.
Yeah. I saw this weekend because the NASCAR race was at Indianapolis, and they did this thing on TNT to where they were talking about all Indianapolis and all of the iconic places. So yeah, maybe trim it down by sport and then combine everything. Did want to mention, I don't know if you saw when you mentioned Happy Gilmore too, in the first 3 days, the Netflix numbers, 46.7 million views. That's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. It's good revenue there for Netflix.
Is it revenue? See, so that's my question. Is it revenue?
I know,
right? Because it's subscription based, and you didn't have to pay anything extra to view the movie. So
that's where I get confused
because revenue is actually generated off.
What does Netflix cost? I don't know. I don't pay bills.
Honestly, I think it's up around like $20 a month.
Okay.
I'm not mistaken. My wife pays the bill. Like she does all the finances and stuff like
that. So I don't know how that works out, especially like for Adam Sandler.
What is champ or family out there? What's going on? What is it, about $20 a month? Somebody, one of our awesome producers, let us know, please.
Yeah, so somebody will tell us, but I don't know how like the rev sharing goes for that, because like if you're Adam Sandler and you're generating that many views, I don't know how they get paid or how any of that works.
There's got to be something contractually, like per view or something like that, right? Like think.
Because I know like with my show with Revved Up, I mean, on YouTube and Facebook, if you hit a certain amount of likes and views, you'll get revenue. Because I'll get revenue at the end of the month for those shows. But that's that. I mean, for Netflix, I have no idea how that works. But they said that was the highest grossing ever premiere, I think, on Netflix. So, which I'm not surprised. I mean, it's on its way to being a classic. So
it's only like 6. It's only getting like 6 point something on IMDb though. Like that's the thing. And maybe it's just because people haven't, not enough people have seen it yet. But CB says he pays $27 a month for Netflix.
Wow,
my God! Just for one streaming, it better have everything under the sun on there.
Better be some porn in there somewhere.
No, we're good.
Oh, we can't have that here anyway.
No, dude, it's a family.
Oh, that's right.
Platform, anyways.
But. I mean, the thing about it is it's I don't know, are there tiers or are there different the thing about it?
No, I don't think there. I think it's just, actually, that's a good question. I think there is a premium package, as a matter of fact. There's like premium content. But
yeah, because by the time you do Netflix,
no, you know what? I'm second guessing myself. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's just one. I think it's a flat pay, and that's what you get. That's all. All the things that are streamable is on that platform or on that.
And
app.
then I think you can do pay-per-view. You can find stuff that's pay-per-view. But think about it. By the time you do that, by the time you do Paramount, by the time you do the Peacock, by the time you do YouTube TV, by the time you do, it's like shit.
We get all the apps that we had the channels for when we had cable, and we still pay less. If it's any consolation, if that's what you're trying to compare to, like we've cut the cord and we still pay less, even though we get the same apps that we were paying for, throughout cable. You're just eliminating the middleman. You don't have to pay the middleman. So of course, you're going to save less. But here's the thing: these app companies, like the programming companies, like the broadcast companies, Peacock and all that, they're catching up. They know this. They already knew this, right? That's why they get you. They rope you in with the very affordable payment for the first year, right? And then all of a sudden, hey, here's something about your contract, right?
It just
like
changes. They don't even tell
new
you.
terms of service. You
Yeah.
always get that email, new terms of
Yeah,
service, right?
yeah.
It's bumped up $5. Next year,
Due to
new
rising
terms of
costs.
service, it's bumped up $7. That's
Yeah.
how Netflix got up to 30, I'm guessing, right, CB?
Well, and then you look like Netflix now has the WWE.
Damn, you have cable too, Patrick?
Yeah, depending on what all you have, that's kind of counterproductive. And see, that's why I got rid of Fubo, because I have Fubo, and Fubo is essentially YouTube TV, but I can watch the Astros. And it's like,
and that's the one thing that's shitty right now. Like, you can listen to radio on MLB TV, but you can't hear it, or excuse me, you can't watch it, you can't stream it. So that's what sucks. But yeah, Rangers, huh? Rangers might be in the works for poaching some Orioles there. They might be going after Ryan O'Hearn.
I saw
from
that.
what I'm seeing here. Also, since we're on the topic of it, Urias is
welcome to Houston,
now,
sir.
Rolling out to be an Astro there. So you guys pick up a decent utility player, right? That's what you're getting. Utility player, great defense. You can put him around the spot, decent spots in the infield there to kind of plug up a hole. But as far as the bat's concerned, he's not really going to get it over the fence that much, but he can come up with a clutch hit, or two. But again, the guy, Urias is known for his defense.
Today is the deadline, 5 o'clock our time.
I'm expecting some movement to happen as soon as we get off the air, right? That's usually how it works.
Your team, I saw a top 10 list from ESPN this morning.
We're clearly selling.
O'Hearn's on there. Uncle Charlie Morton's on there. Cedric Mullins is on there. Ramon Luriciano is on there.
What Mullins has done this past week, in the outfield.
Yeah.
Robbed 2 home runs. And then another extra big, maybe possibly a double or a triple there. Like the guy's he's had 3 golden, Web Gem Golden Glove catches, just in this week alone. So, that's Orioles have had tremendous defense over the past couple of seasons. The lumber's always been there. We've known this. It's kind of sparseled, all throughout the lineup now. But with Atlee coming back, or with Atlee back. Continuing to grow on that, you'd think maybe they could make a run at this thing, but clearly front office, Michael Elias and the front office think otherwise, as the selling trend has started last night, and now with O'Hearn slated to go today probably, and it is looking like the destination to Texas, to the Rangers. That's kind of what he's kind of pinned to here. But it does. It kind of sucks. I was hoping that they would just kind of sit still and kind of let things bake a little bit and marinate and see what they can come up with. But yeah, Charlie Morton too. Charlie Morton didn't start out that hot this season, right? But then started to find his arm again throughout the middle of that rotation. Hey, look, there's some pieces that the Orioles can work with. It's just, you got a stout farm system right now. Let's go add to it. But at least you get something off your invest. Get a return at least. Don't just be sitting there and giving up key cogs for
that's just where this thing
guys that are just going to eat 1, maybe 2 innings and not be that productive, because it's and one more thing too, it's a hitter's park. If you're going for arms, you need arms that have strikeout ability, right? Not hit the contact, and it's hard enough to keep it in the park, especially in the dog days of summer when there's basically just nothing but humidity there and the ball just takes off. So,
that's just what sucks about this whole thing, where Baltimore is one of those teams where you're developing talent for all those other teams, where you're gonna develop these guys.
But you were developing talent for your own squad just 2 years ago. Which really burns. It just absolutely burns.
That's the jacked up part about it. To where you get these franchises constantly doing that. Pittsburgh. If I don't know, curious to see what the Padres do. I was really interested last night
Padres will make a move. Like they usually go after a marquee name too. So
Wags, I've seen Dylan Cease projected to end up at with the Astros by the end of today. One of the really good Padres pitcher.
Beaver going.
That deal is done. I think I saw that.
Is it done?
Yeah. The Suarez deal is almost done.
Oh, right? Blue Jays.
Yeah. Yeah. The Suarez deal, I think, is all damn near done to go to Seattle. The AL West is going to be fun down the stretch right here with all these moves, and that's why I think that the Astros probably do need to make
it, man. They are going. They need to just getting their ass kicked this past weekend by the Birds. So
and it's more nostalgia than anything that I really saw catching fire last night is, with the potential sale of the Minnesota Twins and this huge Carlos Correa contract that possibly Carlos Correa could come play third for the Astros. It's going to take the Twins eating a lot of money to do that.
I think that's why you just brought Urias in for third base.
Yeah. So I think that kind of killed that, unfortunately. But I'd like to see Carlos Correa come back because I don't know. Urias you can use in a lot different spots. He's a utility guy, but Correa would be cool.
When's Pena slated?
I think he's about a month out. So you could slide Correa over to third, which I think he'd be open to that. There's a no trade clause that Correa has with that big fat contract, but he has apparently told both squads, I will go to Houston. I don't know. Be cool to see it happen. I just don't know if it will. They better hurry. They're running out of time.
Hopefully not. I hope nothing happens. I mean, Cedric Mullins, it would suck to see him go, but you can get a nice little penny for Cedric Mullins right now, man. But he's just so damn clutch in the outfield, dude. And also he's aggressive on the bases too. So I love Ced Mullins, man. Cedric the Entertainer, please don't leave. And if you're Mike Elias and you're watching the show, let's just sit still, right? Let's just pump the brakes and not do anything. And it's got to be one hell of an enticing offer, right? Like it's got to be a blockbuster deal if you're going to move anything here. At least the talent that is listed isn't young talent, right? Like, you're gonna put some I'm kidding, Charlie Morton. I'm gonna say you're gonna put some geriatrics out there on the free agency, man. I think he is over 40 though.
Don't mess with Charlie Morton, man. That dude right there. That's one of those guys where he's always going to be a hero to me, man. I love me some Charlie
Morton, 41 years old. Charlie Morton.
He barely hitting the stride. It's like an engine. He's just getting broken in right now.
I don't think so. Not with that ERA, buddy.
And the other part about it is Astros fans, I saw last night to where the San Francisco Giants are like, yeah, we're gonna make Justin Verlander available. I thought about it for a minute and I'm like, that's all right. I like getting the band together and all that, but at the same time, I want to win the AL West and win a World Series. We're okay, JV. Let's just preserve the memories and let's just do something else.
Right on, man. We going back into coaches sound today or player sound today?
Yeah. Got plenty of coaches sound. We can pull that up here in just a second. But first, let's talk about our friends at CovertBcave.com. If you're on the search for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, we tell you each and every day it's Covert Bee Cave. But don't listen to us. Hear from satisfied Covert Bee Cave customers.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a cover deal. Not now, not ever. Also, don't forget about our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. It's that time of year. We got football tonight, friends. It is football tonight. Are you grilling? I know it's preseason. I know it's Chargers. I know it's the Detroit Lions. But, man, it's NFL football. No, it ain't. It's preseason football. No, it's NFL football. You're going to be excited for about a quarter. And if you're going to be like me, checking it out on your Tom McKay audio-visual consultation system, you're preparing for – it's a test run. When you have your AV consultation system, you got to have the preseason because you got to figure out how you're going to be doing your red zone, how you're going to be doing your Cowboy games, all of that stuff. So be doing that tonight as you get ready with NFL preseason football. Here's a word from our friends at Audiovisual Consultations.
And this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area.
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
There you go.
And there's a new lawyer in town. That's right. His name is Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in the Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texan Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, you're hurt on the job, or you got that dog bite, you call Hurricane Heck. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now. You don't pay unless you win. No money in the pocket unless, no fees unless Hurricane gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with the clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he will fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. Friend of the show, went to school with BK, and fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Heck blow the case wide open. Call him today, 512-938-8929. Again, that number is 512-938-8929. 8929. That is Ryan at hecklawfirm.com. Again, Ryan at hecklawfirm.com. HECT lawfirm.com. Tell them the boys from TSU sent you.
Wags, it's like the most anticipated time I think that I can ever remember for Texas football, to finally get to camp and finally get the first practice in, and then to finally start hearing from players. And I got to tell you, the low-hanging fruit, obviously, if you looked anywhere, you saw it on local news last night. I mean, Arch Manning he looks in total control.
I mean,
right?
So look, right, like it's everybody else's hype outside of Austin.
Yep.
And rightfully so. Like the name, the lineage, like it's there. We have seen it, and it's like we watched it blossom before our very eyes. It's not a novelty to us any longer, right? It's the culture. It is what it is. It's Arch Manning's Texas football right now. So I kind of expect everybody on the outside of the 40 to kind of be, marveling at, the Manning effect, which it is in fact absolutely real.
It is. And I mean, just from everything that I see and just reading, whether our insiders, that we work with, it's like everything that you read, it's just a command of the team, not only of the offense, but it's just the team rallies around him where he's that guy.
You carry yourself too, right? Like, yeah. And that's leadership 101, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, this guy's been trained for this moment, and it just really all comes to a head yesterday. So, and you finally get started. You're finally on that path to where, okay, Ohio State, here we go. We're just under a month away, and boom, you're there. But let's take a listen to Sark. I mean, his opening remarks. Go ahead, Wax.
Real quick. I mean, I know we're a month away, but if the game in real life is going to go anything like how I have been playing and simulating in college football 26 on Heisman, buddy, it's going to be a long day. I am getting my ass kicked. Like, I can't even score. I was fortunate to be able to kick a field goal. I got beat 27-3.
Woo!
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. And I mean, I can't sim, like the simulation. Like, even when you try to skip it, you don't win. Like, so of course,
Wow.
instead of advancing the week, I'm turning the fucking game off until I beat Ohio State.
Yeah, that's what I do. I've got that dirt track racing game that I tell you, and it's like if I can even get to the A main, because you have to like qualify and then you have to do these heat races and all that. If I can even get to the A main, I'm qualifying like 20th.
I'm gonna buy. When's your birthday again? I'm
In
gonna buy
April.
you Gran Turismo 7. You would love it. Because you got to go get your license. You got to qualify, right? You can only do certain races. If you have the validation of the license, right? Like, so if you're a C license, you can only do C track races.
Nice.
And then
It's like iRacing. Yeah, it's like iRacing.
And the more, the higher the prestige of a letter, right? If you're racing in A or you're racing in S, you're going to get more monies and stuff to upgrade your car or your vehicle. So it's a really cool game. I think you'd enjoy it. And I mean, hell, just the angles and the animations and cinematics are.
I gotta tell you, remember a few weeks back I was talking about that I just spontaneously bought that steering wheel, not a top of the line steering wheel or anything like that. I don't like the steering wheel. It's
probably really tough. You got to get yourself some pedals with it.
I got the pedals. I got the pedals are fine, but I just don't like the wheel.
Come over and watch. I need to come over and watch you rock out with it.
The dirt track thing is badass, dude.
I'd love to know what playbook Jake is working with here. Because I switched up. I was using Texas's playbook in this in football 26, in college football 26, but there's just way too much movement, way too much motion going on in it, and also like the play clock goes pretty damn quick in college football or in this game. So I think you can kind of turn the settings off or the sliders off for accelerated play clock. Anyhow, I kind of keep it going to keep the game going. But it's like by the time you run a guy in motion to see if to try and get a read on your defense to see if they're in man coverage or zone coverage, you're down to like 7 seconds or 5 seconds, and then you can't even get the wide receiver back for a reset. So I don't know, it's tough, it's difficult. So I advise to go with right now I'm using a tie put me on UCLA's playbook, but I went with just multiple offenses playbook just so I can use a whole bunch of other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Arizona, okay. I'll hit up Arizona and see what's. I also heard Penn State's offenses. Penn State's playbook's got a pretty good arsenal of plays to roll. So we'll see. It's all about experimentation in the first couple of months of the game before I'm mastered. All right, brother. That's enough. I've kind of boarded you guys with weighed you guys down with some video game talk. Where do you want to go next, man? I'm sorry. Yeah, I interrupted. We were talking college football. My bad.
Yeah, let's get Sark's opening remarks after yesterday out on the 40.
I thought the guys overall, it was a good first day. I thought that they were intentional with their approach. It was obviously a warm day, and they fought through. Naturally, as practice goes on, fatigue sets in. And that's where we got to tap in more to the mental intensity, the mental focus, the mental toughness that's needed when fatigue sets in. And that's something that obviously training camp is for, that we'll work on. But a lot of guys got a lot of reps today, which was great. I thought it was competitive. I thought we looked fast. But again, it's the very beginning stages of training camp. And but like I said, I thought it was a good start. But we, as always, we got plenty to go fix tonight, watching the tapes of the staff and then meet with the players and get that cleaned up and get going into day 2 install.
I love where he goes with fatigue setting in, right? Like that, and that's ultimately where you start to mold and start to find like the core of your team or the nucleus, like really the character, the trait of your team, right? Like when you can build when you're down, like when you're hurting, when you can dig down deep and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, for that old adage, like that's the mark of a champion. Like to get your ass up. Like I know you're hurting, I know you're tired. Look at the guy next to you and to the left and to the right of you. They're hurting too, man. Everybody's going through the same damn thing. But that's what's the beautiful part about it, right? When you look down that field, everybody's got the same damn vision. You know what I'm saying? And that's where these things, that's what training camp is made for here, right? When it's the blood, sweat, and tears and the dog days of summer and everybody's dying, you remember, you go back to those days. You have the recall of those days. Like, hey, that's what that shit was for, man. It galvanizes you. It does, man.
Yeah. And that's the kind of stuff that you want to hear right there from a head coach, where he comes out and he says it was that a lot of guys were doing.
Yeah, I want the team tested. I want to see. I want to see who my Warriors are.
Because this really is the time of year, Wags, where you're refining stuff right now, and now you're getting in routine. I mean, when you hear a lot of coaches come out, and if I hear a coach come out after a first practice, I don't give a damn what level we're at.
Are you refining right now, or are you refining in the next weeks, right?
Maybe
like
more routine.
Remember, it is day one, but you're right though. You do have an idea of what, or like an ideology of what you want on the field. It's just maybe your first thought after week one didn't really come together. And now you got to do some refinement and some fine tuning.
Yeah. Implementation is a lot of this, and routine. What you're doing when you have a coach that comes out after a first practice and they start throwing around, well, there's fundamentals that we need to work on, and you're behind the 8 ball at that point, because if your fundamentals are lacking at this point,
right, you should have had that shit adjusted 2 weeks before that.
Yeah, and so much of that is, I mean,
or hell, fundamentals should have been a part of the culture, right?
Yeah. And with that, I mean, a lot of that is the individual player. I mean, where you need to do that on your own time. Yeah. So to hear that, I mean, and that's what you expect. You expect, with the expectations and with the roster of this team, you expect them to come out and be, pretty crisp. And it is. You go out there and you learn this heat, because I was texting with an old friend yesterday, Wags, and we were talking about back in high school, when we were in high school way back in the 80s. We did the actual 2-a-days, where you got your ass up early in the morning and you were out there, and then you were out there in the middle of the day, of the day. And it's like, holy smoke.
We had 3. So if you were a skill position, you had to come back under the lights.
Oh,
so we were fortunate, like we were a county school. We were fortunate enough to have enough money to where we had our own stadium out there. So and that's why I talk about it. It's very weird. So where I grew up at, there was enough money in I guess in the county to where every team had a field. Every team, and it's also like a lot of farms out there, a lot of cow pastures, so that sell the land and turn it into facilities for the school or whatever. But our institution, like our school, most schools kind of looked like Lake Travis, like not that built up, right? But like it sat up on a hill. It had a big stands, big stadium, not like a college Division III level by any means, or the type of turf wasn't that pristine. It didn't have replay, capabilities and a huge scoreboard, but it had lights. Every school had lights, and every school had their own stadium. So it was kind of wild to kind of go through and see that stuff. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And it's a very different. I mean, it's different now. And the thing about it is, I'm glad that Texas day one, they're not in the bubble.
Right.
They're outside in the heat.
They're outside getting conditioned, right? Getting that heat. But yeah, we had 3-a-days instead of 2-a-days, man. It's just, I don't know if well, one, I don't think you can do 3-a-days in Texas. From what I recall, when Reed was in middle school playing football, they had to practice before school because of how hot it would get.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's insane. That's another level of heat. But again, Maryland heat is not Texas heat. And Maryland football is not Texas football. I will just say that right now, man.
And this is where, and again, this is where times have changed, and it's all because of player safety and so forth and so on. And it is very hot. But, I remember being out there, and it's like maybe you've got 5 plays that you need to run at perfection, or 10 plays that you need to run at perfection, or whatever. And it was always like, you're not getting water until this is done.
Dude, we could hardly go on 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, how in the hell are we going to have 2 plays coming up to the line of scrimmage when we fail to even do a line freeze and go on 2? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Can you
I
imagine?
love where the coaches, but we got dum-dums on the line. Like, I don't know how we even got yardage, and I love all the people that blocked for me. Like, I loved everybody that played offensive line. Hell, I even played offensive line at one time. Matter of fact, my senior year, I moved up to play guard because we ran the wing T. It was basically just an extension of a fullback. But yeah, it's just like some of the guys I played offensive line with just did not have any common sense, bro. It's just like, man. And one, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to be braggadocious and say that I'm good at physics or good at science, but I did excel at that stuff. So.
Hey man, when I played offensive line, I mean, I remember a play would get called, and luckily, so I was a guard. So then I ended up being a tackle. So it was always, luckily, one of my best buddies was the guard next to me. So they'd like call the play, and I'd be like, "All right, I got to pull here, right?" It's like, shit. No, that's the other play. I'm like, oh shit. Okay. Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, we couldn't do that many complex stuff because we had a lot of double R's on the
it's like, the truth be told, probably maybe hungover sometimes. I was drinking at a very early age. So, but to hear that's the opening comments that you want to hear right there. What was really cool yesterday is that I saw some of the footage watching CJ Baxter run the football yesterday.
How'd he look? Good? Look all right?
He obviously didn't look 100%. Some of the stuff that I was looking at, maybe it's just the way that I was reading into it and putting my mind in his. He looked a little apprehensive, which I would be too.
Did I hear right? Trey Weiser's gonna return the ball
on kicks.
Yeah, Trey Weiser's gonna be on kick return. Is that what I heard?
I don't know. I don't know if that's been verified or not. Yeesh, I don't know if I'd do that.
I thought I heard that yesterday.
Oh, God, kind of hope not.
Yeah, so I mean, there's something to having. What are you doing?
Fair catch. If Weisner's back there, he needs to be doing this.
No, there's something about having your best athletes playing special teams, but also, you know how I am, man. Like I'm a fan of preservation. Let special teams be for special players, and I get it. Like, Texas won a lot of ball games, or won a decent amount of ball games because of the just electricity and magical moments that Zay Worthy was able to create, right? So speed kills. Speed absolutely kills, and you want your fastest people, you want your most skilled people returning the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay, yeah. Niblet's yeah. All right, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Niblet.
Well, and that's the thing about it, where you get, I mean, especially a team like this, to where you're in such a great position that you are going to be able to find an athlete that can do that. I mean, you get some of these teams to where it's like, I mean, you have to put your best position guy out there because you don't have anybody else. So that's, and again, and that's, I think that's going to be it's kind of the obvious here. Special teams, man, we don't talk a lot about them, but when you start talking wins and losses, a lot of times it's that third element, that special teams, whether it's a kicker, whether it's a kick returner, whether it's a missed block on a kickoff or a punt or whatever. That's so important. That is so important.
Dude, so, and I'm not trying to bring back bad memories, right? Or, these won't be bad memories for y'all, more bad memories for me. But being, East Coast football, like I remember Virginia Tech winning a lot of ball games based off of special teams, right? And like Frank Beamer, like that dude did not throw shade at special teams. Like he didn't take it for granted. Like Virginia Tech, man, a big part of their success was due to special teams, and like you said, it's a third phase of the game, right? If you sleep on special teams, more times than not, you might end up losing by special teams.
Yeah,
it's the devil's advocate. So
yeah, I think a lot of coaches, and I see this a lot in high school football, to where a lot of coaches are like they just. I mean, yeah, obviously special teams are important, but there's not a lot of attention that's put on them just because of time constraints. I mean, you don't have the time like we were talking about that you used to have, and you just kind of assume that all of that's going to work out fine, but that will kill you. I mean, my man, Coach Anthony Wood, they spent so much time on special teams because a lot of times it was going to take special teams for them to compete in games. That's why Westwood, Wags, remember how good they were at onside kicks?
Oh, yeah.
They'd onside kick that damn thing on the opening kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's wild because it's one of the most failed plays in football, but they did it so successfully too, right? Yeah. So, special teams was down a little bit. Like I can't even say that it was mid. It was pretty down last year, but Coach Banks has his hand full, so I'd like to see what the speed that they can turn out there. And Niblet does; he makes absolute sense back there, man. So
yeah, Yeah. Really happy to see that. Obviously, Wingo. Ryan Wingo. I mean, that's going to be so important right there for Arch Manning. But really good things about DeAndre Moore as well. So
yeah,
if
senior
that's
year too, it's time to step up, right?
Yeah. So if that's your number one and your number two, I mean, one practice, but it's looking really good for those two. But so talking about CJ Baxter, of course, he and Derek Williams coming off of injury. Sark talked about both of those guys and kind of his thoughts after practice.
I'll be honest with you. I think they both look really good. Derek, I felt maybe a little better than CJ just kind of watching summer, and he looked really good today. CJ, I would probably say, was better than I was anticipating, especially when we got into team periods. He hit a couple runs that were very encouraging to me. Because a lot of times when you're coming off a knee injury, significant knee injury like those guys, physically you're ready. It's the mental side of the game, right? Of what does that feel like? And I'm a runner, and now I got to run between these 4 300-pounders, and the hole doesn't look big enough for me to get through, but I got to try to get through it. It's a psyche thing, and I thought CJ's psyche looked really good today running the ball, and so I was definitely encouraged by that.
I'm not trying to make any anything bigger out of this than what it is, but it sounds like Sark could have a little bit of reservations for Baxter, just a little bit.
Yeah, I think, and that's where, like I was telling you, because I saw some of the video last night of CJ running the ball, and it did, again, first practice, it did look a little, what you're going to be, like he was just talking about. You're going to be a little apprehensive, but it did seem that way. And then after I heard that, I thought, okay, it's not something that I was reading into. There is a little bit of apprehension there, but you got another guy.
That's in like I know Baxter's fantastic, and especially when he's 100%, man, he's a low, like he can do it all. Like he can zoot scoot, and then also he can plow through and make a one cut and go, right? Like that's also what I think his forte is. He and Trey wise, like both of these guys, man, one cut and go guys. That's what I think is beautiful about their game. I do see Baxter dance a little bit, but I think that's a little bit of his patience too, right? He does, he doesn't plow through the line immediately. He waits, he lets his block set up, he reads his butts, and then he rolls, man. I think that's a big part of his game. So I'm really curious to see what it's going to look like when he gets out there to tote the rock. Like, are people going to say, "Oh, he's hesitant," or due to injury coming off the knee, or is that just his style? Like, let's remember what his style was before he got the injury. Like, he is a very patient back, and once he finds a hole, he explodes, and he's got that talent, right? It's just, I think Wisner just won so much of my heart last year just because of how tough of a run. It's just tenacious, right? Like Wisner will get you 10 after the first contact, and he's just, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull it off. And then he runs through tackles, like tackles where guys have you absolutely wrapped up. And then he somehow gets the would-be tackler to drop to the feet and then steps out of it. He's fantastic. Like, he has won me over tremendously, dude. And I love Baxter too, 100%. But my number one guys is Wisner, man. And that's why I can't even flirt the notion of Banks putting him back there to return kicks. I just can't do it. I can't have it.
And something you just said there is making me think right now to where I'm saying, okay, he looked a little timid, looked a little whatever, which you should be. But maybe because coming off of an injury like that, your running style is going to change. I mean, whether it's going to change for the length of your career, for the length of a season, or maybe it's just whatever. So maybe that's a lot of it too. But I got to tell you, I saw really good stuff about Christian Clark running the football yesterday, and that dude's coming off an Achilles. I mean, that's the one that I think about when you talk about a knee injury where you're like the mental part. The Achilles one.
Yeah, the Achilles is absolutely something you need, right? You need your first step. You need explosiveness.
Yeah. That's the one where
if that's been ruptured, what's the probability that thing's going to be re-injured or re-aggravated?
Yeah. I mean,
especially in football, right? Where
and I read, making good cuts and doing all these Christian Clark, and that's where one. If I ruptured my Achilles, it would be like I think every step I would be like, Oh my God. I'm not even talking about running. I'm just talking about like, I'm gonna walk down the stairs.
Sure. No, I mean,
gosh,
the body is different though at 20, right? The body does respond differently at 20.
Just a little bit.
Good stuff. Good sound. What else? Any more sound?
Yeah. Actually, we got more. Some others. Let me get over here to it. Others that Sark wanted to talk about after practice.
I thought Ryan Wingo had a heck of a summer. That guy. There's certain guys that can kind of run all day, and a lot of times you see those guys and they're in the 175 to maybe 190 range, but here's a guy who's over 210 pounds at that size, at that speed, and that competitive nature. I thought that he had a really good summer. I think Hero Canoe had a great summer. He's a new face to our program. Had a good spring, but I thought really took it to another level in the summertime with his work ethic, with his understanding of the defense, but then that allowed his leadership to show up. I definitely thought that he had a great summer. I think Zena had a fantastic summer. I mean, he's another guy that really worked his way into position. And I'd say Jarrett Gibson, again, I'm jumping around at different positions just to try to be fair to everybody, but I think he's in the best shape that he's been in since he's been here. For a guy who had a good freshman season, I think he's come back and in good shape, ready to go.
All right, love to hear that.
I like that Gibson call because I mean, here's red zone. Here's your red zone stuff where you've struggled in the red zone. We saw Gibson in the red zone a couple of different times to where he seemed to be really effective.
And he always falls forward, right?
Yeah, always falling forward, and that's where utilize that guy. So that tells me that if Sark and the offensive staff are seeing that already, then maybe that's another part that's going to, because now you're going to have Arch.
How many fumbles did Gibson have last year?
How many what?
How many fumbles did Gibson have?
Oh,
How many
man, I don't know off the top of my head. But it was like I
Yeah,
thought he was underutilized last year, honestly.
I think they were reluctant to go to him at times because I thought, and that's why I asked the question. I thought he had, some fumble issues, but I know Blue did. We all know Blue did, but I thought Gibson coughed it up or put it on the ground in the red zone a few times too. But I could be mistaken.
I'm ready. I'm ready to figure out again. Obviously, there's the obvious stuff that we're talking about right here. But one of the things, and that's where I'm so glad that we're tuned in with so many insiders within the Texas program, because I hate to even go down this rabbit hole, but I want to see what the other quarterbacks are doing. I want to see what Trey Owens and Caldwell and some of these guys, I want to see how they're progressing. I want to see what that, because you dare not even want to think about that, but damn it, at some point you may need those guys.
We got anything on Flood from the line?
Yes.
Flood on the line?
Absolutely. I think we've got some Kyle Flood sound, and this may actually be from, let me see where that is here. I lost everything right here. Here's a little bit from Kyle Flood.
Yeah, definitely going to be a camp battle for sure. We've got a couple guys who have been playing there in the spring, and Andre Kojo and Brandon Baker, who have done a really nice job. I think both those guys have changed their bodies, improved their skill sets. And, we'll figure out in training camp how that all plays out. But I think one of the advantages we have is we're going to play against a really talented edge group in training camp. So I think these guys are going to get challenged on a day-to-day basis. And, I know it's going to come fast, but, right now we're at the beginning of it. So, both guys are going to go out and compete, and we'll see how it plays out through training camp.
That's such a great point that Coach Flood brings up. So remember how Babers used to talk about how DBU was at its prime was, going against top wide receivers as well, and every day was just like an All-American practice. Like I feel like, and you guys know the old adage, right? Iron sharpens iron. Right. It really does. And if you're looking to get your right tackle, or if you're looking to get your left tackle and your right tackle up to speed immediately, put them up against Colin Simmons and hell, even if Trey Moore is going to move back to linebacker, let Ethan Burke eat, right? Because Ethan Burke's going to have one hell of a season too. So we know that we're very blessed and talented at the edge position, right? And I think Flood's words are fantastic here, man. I'm eating them up, dude. To sit here and think that we could have a a supplement issue, like a succession plan issue, right? Because we just platooned an entire offensive line.
Yeah,
that line's getting brought up to speed by All-American edge rushers, or at least an All-American edge rusher. You know what I mean? So iron sharpens irons, amigos. We're good.
And that's where you hear so many different times on like these really great football teams. I mean, that 05 Texas team, like what you're talking about there during that era there of Mac Brown's tenure here.
Prime football, man. Prime football.
Yeah. To where it's like practice was so freaking hard and game day was rather
easier, right?
Yeah. And that's, again,
because practice was so competitive.
Yeah.
Like it made Saturdays that much more easier.
Yeah, because you're not going to see anybody on Saturday as good as that dude across from you every day of the week.
And that is no truer statements if you are Gooseby, I would think, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I think that this team is really putting its and the depth is there. The depth is there. I think some folks around the country may be questioning some depth.
I mean, I know the depth is there, but it's still. Regardless of how much depth you have, Double R, whenever you're platooning an entire unit, you're going to be like, you're not just, you're not, well, here's another thing too, right? At least Arch has a lot of reps with that unit.
Yep.
Right. Yep. I mean, Quinn went off to the NFL. The entire line, is been replaced, some to the NFL, some not. But yeah, it's all done by platoon. So all the twos are coming in, which is just, it's crazy. And if you can supplement that succession by unit and still have success, that's the mark and true testament that of the championship team, right? It's gonna show if we have arrived to the SEC or not.
Yeah.
This year will be the telling year, guys.
It really will.
You want to do a wheel? You want to do some pick 'em?
Oh yeah. If you want to pull that up, but this is where I say that the mark of a good staff, which this is a very good staff here, a good business, whatever you want to call it, is how you train your replacements. And I guarantee you those guys that exited off the offensive line have these young dudes that are taking their spot. They've learned the right way. They have trained their replacements correctly to where they're going to slide into the system. And oh, by the way, now you've got a little bit different option at quarterback. And if the running back thing is any question to anybody, how many running backs have we talked about in this show? You've got, and again, it doesn't have to be depth. It can be different schemes, like we talk about with the edge rushers, different schemes to use these guys. You're in a really good place.
Somewhat similar with Wisner and Baxter, right? And then you get more of a physical bruiser with Gibson, right?
And then Clark, depending what Clark does, Clark can kind of be a I don't know, Swiss Army knife type of guy. I mean, depending on how you use that guy. So yeah, there's a lot there. Now let's focus on the secondary. We'll dig more into the secondary as we get closer.
Gotcha, man. All right, let's hit this wheel. Let's see what we got. Let's pull it up here. All right, comic book characters, snacks, blockbuster trades, MLB MLB what? Stadiums? Did I write that wrong? I didn't even write that correctly, did I? Stadiums?
Were you in the cloud?
Stadiums?
Were you in the cloud?
Actresses, video games, adult film stars, dream cars, top 5 play-by-play, and then best hockey sweaters, World Series teams. Did we not do World Series teams?
Yeah, we did that one.
Did we?
Yep.
I thought we did. NFL uniforms and then racing movies. All right, I'm going to get rid of the World Series teams. Are you sure we did that? We did.
Yeah, we did that one. Yeah, because I had the 79 Pirates. That's the one that I remember. That wasn't even number 1.
All right, here we go. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
What are you feeling? What are you feeling right now? What are you feeling? You're an emotional guy. I'm all about your feelings. What are you feeling?
I got a feeling, especially since you just added it, I got a feeling we're going to land on that stadium thing. I've noticed that when things get added kind of later or after the fact, we hit on them right away.
That's a good call. I also think it has to do with when the category comes into play. So, or when it comes across the actual picker itself. And my theory was not correct.
Oh, well, that's a good one.
Top 5 play-by-play broadcasters. That'll be a good one. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a little biased, so I'm Gary Thorne will be on my list, ladies.
And that's all sports, right? That
is all. I mean,
stick and ball.
Yeah, that's got to be the top 5 play-by-play, Rodney. That's got to be sports. I mean, I will allow you to have wrestling in there.
No.
You can have like wrestling's a sport, like pro wrestling is a sport.
Yeah, but those
it's entertainment, but it's still a sport.
Yeah.
So if you want to pull that's absolute carnage, JR. Like if you want to hit that guy up, sure, right on.
No. I'm gonna put you on there. You're a play-by-play man.
Not anymore. No longer. You were play-by-play as well, but in our older days.
I may do a couple of play-by-plays this year. I've been talking to a couple of people. They're like, "Hey, you want to do?" I kind of like to do it just to kind of stay in practice, just in case. So I might do some games.
I'm done. Unless Rick starts something up, I'll come be with Rick.
That's the last thing.
Ricky, buddy.
I need to send you. I need to send you.
Where you want to go
video.
next, man? What else we got? Get me off of high school broadcasting. We're not
doing
a
video.
It.
Rick did another stand-up comedian thing last night.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, that dude's like stand-up comic, poker, whatever. Hell, he
is a poker savant too, man. Out there with Doug.
Yeah.
Out there with Doug Polk playing some poker.
Yeah.
I saw that. I heard the guys talking about Gilbert Arenas and his illegal poker.
Oh, yeah.
His illegal poker incident too.
You see Shannon
to the
Sharp,
feds and shit.
Yeah. Shannon Sharp relieved of his duties at ESPN.
It's all going. They're all going down, man.
Joy Taylor,
OnlyFans. Hey, I need your OnlyFans account, by the way.
I'll send it to you on the DL.
My God, that's what I'm talking about. You're gonna DM your OnlyFans. I like.
Yeah, here you go, Wags. I have to give you all my fake names, but so I did see Shannon Sharp where he released a thing last night because Sterling Sharp's going in the Hall of Fame this weekend. His brother. And it's like Shannon Sharp's like,
coincidentally, one of my favorite wide receivers, man.
It's badass, right?
I got his jersey with the 75 emblem on it.
Yep. Yeah, but Shannon Sharp's like, bro, I'm sorry that I'm upstaging you. I'm like, all right, dude, well, quit saying that you're upstaging your brother because you're upstaging your brother even more. Just shut up. Don't talk anymore. Stop. Shay. Looky there, our man.
Hey, Will, what's up, Will?
Turbo.
How we doing, fellas?
Doing fantastic. Yeah. What you got cooking? What's up?
Slow day.
You back down in Houston?
I am back down in Houston here in the cabin.
Nice.
We had day 1 of fall camp yesterday.
How close are you to the water?
Not very close.
Okay. So when you say cabin, I'm thinking like
no, it's just
like Houston, Houston proper, but closer to Galveston and shit.
No, I mean I'm in Houston proper. It's just an old house that has a bedroom that looks like this.
Oh, gotcha.
Nice.
Right on.
That's awesome. Bedroom with character. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Are you close to Conroe where the trees are tall?
No,
no. Okay.
All the way the other direction.
Gotcha. That's Houston's one of those.
Don't dox yourself, Will. Don't dox. There's people that are come, try and sniff your hair. Be careful.
Somewhere in between Conroe and Galveston.
There you go. There you go.
You're out. So my in-laws have lived forever in Texas City. That's where my wife is from. And they actually have decided that they're selling their house in Texas City and moving to a northern part of Alabama to be with another part of the family.
Alabama.
Yeah. So it's like, leaving Texas City, and they built this house themselves. It's like a real emotional time. My wife is in shock. She's like, I can't believe they're selling the house and leaving. It's like, yeah, I get it. Beautiful house. Absolutely beautiful house. If it wasn't in Texas City, I wouldn't mind having that house.
Is Texas City a bad spot?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
dirty.
I'm not gonna say dirty.
I'm a transplant. I'm trying to be considered a local Austinite.
Wags, Galveston.
A lot of oil refinery type city.
Are kind of like this place is stuck in the 90s almost.
Oh,
yeah.
It's like Texas City, except like they're not on an island. They're kind of just there on land or on the port or whatever you want to call it.
And Jordan, one of the most iconic mascot, the Stingerees.
Oh yeah,
the Stingerees.
That's a real mascot.
Oh yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't Deontay and Armonte Foreman go there?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sure did. Yeah,
they've had some dudes lately. Almost positive Jonah Williams was supposed to go there, but he went to Galveston Ball all 4 years. That there's a fair amount of kids that do that. I don't know where Jonah lived, but I was told by several people at like Hitchcock in Texas City he does not live on the island. But I mean, hey, his dad's a judge and is the man there.
That's legit. Is that their real mascot?
That is the real mascot.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. The Stingeray.
So guys, you missed it. We were comparing Maryland football to Texas football. Like Maryland just not even in a fucking conversation, man. It's just no way, dude. That's awesome. That is fantastic.
Yeah, that's so. My wife was on the Stingery dance team, when she was in high school, and they had some pretty cool outfits back then. Ike talking about right here.
Rodney, let's get out of here, guys. Get him out of here before we go down into something else, man. It's not even Friday.
Ike is talking about Lamarck. That's the one where my wife talks about. She's like, when we were in high school, they were fucking mean. Lamarck.
Lamarck fell off. I mean, I will say, like, part of why a lot of those, like Galveston Ball, Texas City, Lamarck has fallen off is because the Clear ISD schools or Dickinson or whatnot, like, there's a lot of transfer going on. It's not like South Dallas, but there's definitely a high school football portal in South Houston. So, it's diluted the talent. But, I mean, man, Lamarck was legit back in the day. They're going to state. Des Jones is a guy I know who went there, then went to Coffeyville JUCO, and then Texas Tech under Mike Leach, where he was at practice for the what's the name of the kid he put in the shed?
Craig James.
Yeah. I've heard his story of being at practice and watching the Craig James thing unfold. It's pretty good. Lamarck, man, they've taken quite a step back. I don't even know if they've been over 500 as of late.
They've struggled. When I was doing, I think I was doing play-by-play or on a PA. I don't remember, for Stony Point when they were like really good.
Before the Cedar Ridge days.
Before that, I took my wife to a game and she's like, "Holy shit!" Blue and yellow. She's like, "That team looks like Lamarck," and they played like Lamarck back in those days. So anyway,
yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. A lot of those schools will be like, the 5th or 6th team in district, or they're barely scraping the playoffs, and usually they have one really good player. Like, it's not quite the same area, but what I kind of think of, there's a player named Randon Fontenette who went to TCU for 1 year, and then he's been at Vanderbilt since. He plays kind of the star nickel role for them. He had whenever Vandy beat Bama in Nashville, he had a pick 6 on Milroe, like I think it was Bama's first drive. But he was a high school quarterback at Brazosport, which you probably never heard of, because he's the only person that's come out of there. He's been in college 2 years. So he was a class of 2023 kid. His high school has not won a game in the 2 years since he left.
That's pretty bad.
They're 0-20.
Man.
Rough water.
Whereas he was
I wouldn't even play. I just wouldn't even come out for the team. Like, it's not going to change. You're not going to be that hero, buddy. You're not going to do it.
He was a two-way starter for them for 4 years at QB and safety. And his last 3 years there, he got them into the playoffs, and I think they'd lose first round. But again, they haven't won a game since he graduated. So,
dude, talking about leaving your fingerprint on a program. Jeez, Louise.
Yeah, that's what their name is, the Exporters, the Brazosport Exporters.
Love it. Good stuff. All right, man. Y'all have a good show.
Miller and Spears from the A's to the Padres.
Oh, all right. Yeah, time's ticking.
That's your last second update for the MLB deadline here. It closes today at 5, right? Or no, 5 Eastern. So
4 o'clock.
Hey, you want to know how we're feeling with football starting?
What's that?
This is how we're feeling.
There it is.
There it
is. Right
My
there.
God. Hey, we got football tonight. We got football tonight.
Football night.
That's very
awesome. We do.
I'm grilling.
We made it, gents. We made it. Congratulations. We made it.
Yeah. All right, boys.
We're back, baby. We're out of here. We'll see you.
They fucked up.
I'll see you guys.
Well, anyways, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. Today, going to be going over some. There we go.
Going
to be going over some. Okay, I was waiting for someone to ask me about this. Going over some fall camp, but first, you're probably like, what is this? This is a trophy from my stepmom's family reunion. They used to, we haven't had one in a few years, but it's called the Not So Special Olympics, right? And we do like punt, pass, and kick stuff again. We haven't done this in years, but this used to be the trophy they'd give out, and it'd rotate every year. And they're all down from Southeast Texas, Beaumont area. She has like 10 siblings. They all went to P&G. A few of them made it to, or her grandpa actually played at Texas back in the day under DKR, but long family history with the Not So Special Olympics. And yes, I love the exporters reference. But anyways, we're going to get into looking at some photos that I took yesterday and kind of just easing into fall camp discussion. Let me pull this up real quick. But I guess, while we wait, Will, from, I'm sure you saw it on Twitter. I know you weren't in Austin yesterday. What is like the thing that got you the most excited for football from, just seeing all the fall camp videos, photos, tweets, all that?
It seems like the running back room, which has kind of been one of the biggest question marks of the spring, of the summer. We've always known that the talent was there when you look at the top 4 or 5 guys in that room. And it seems like based on, what everyone saw on the field yesterday, there's a ton of excitement. There's a ton of excitement with how CJ Baxter looks at 6'1", 227. And then Jarrett Gibson, also making some big improvements, actually going down on the depth chart with Christian Clark there. And it sounds like Christian Clark really impressed. That's one I think we mentioned kind of the other day in terms of who we were excited to see at the start of fall camp, coming back from that major. It was Achilles that he suffered just about a year ago. Sounds like, things went really well for him on Wednesday. And that running back room looks in great shape.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing Clark go before Gibson, which he did most of the time, but there was also at least one rep in a segment where Gibson went first. But anyways, we're just going to roll through these photos. I'll talk about each player. This is Aaron Butler. Don't have much to say for him. He's, behind Wingo, Parker Livingstone, DeAndre Moore, and Emmett Mosley. Probably the 5th or 6th receiver, I'd say, depending on Dalen McCutcheon or how others do this fall camp, but still fighting for time. Here's Milwee. Was obviously running the quarterbacks, other stuff with the offense. Here's Alex January, who looks pretty damn good physically. Consistently was the way the defensive line was going through drills, there'd be 2 or 3 groups. He was consistently one of those line leaders, and another guy that consistently was Murad Watson. So I think there is a pretty high chance one of those 2 dudes is going to be starting, and probably Lean Watson, but hey, nothing in January would surprise me. I think, he's an NFL player. Here's Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau, and Pete Kwiatkowski just talking some ball on the sideline during a segment with like back 7 defenders. And then here's Arch next to KJ Lacey. In the background, that's Matthew Caldwell, number 18. With KJ, definitely is bigger. Whatever he's listed at, I think it's 189 or 190. Yeah, 189. He looks every bit of it. That's the best I've ever seen him look physically in the 2-3 years or whatever he's been affiliated with Texas as a commit. So I think that's definitely good because he needed that body armor to be added. Here's Arch again. That's now him throwing next to Trey Owens. Here's Bo Barnes, who I think looks great. They have him listed at 244, probably somewhere around there, but just definitely notable. His whole high school career, he was at 220. He probably was closer to 250. He definitely has shed some weight and put on some good weight in terms of muscle. So you like that a lot. And then here's Brandon Baker. Not the biggest guy, never been the biggest guy. I mean, he's a 6'4", super athletic type of tackle. So like him a lot. And like Kyle Flood said on Tuesday, right tackle, it's a camp battle. Here's Caleb Chester, his first fall camp in Austin. He enrolled in January out of Fort Bend Marshall. Behind a ton of bodies, probably not going to play at all as a freshman unless it's on special teams or maybe a non-conference game. But, got to keep in mind going forward. Here's Chad Scott. We really needed photos of him. He changed, I guess, midway through this. I just noticed that. Or I guess took off the undershirt. But it was interesting not having Tashard Choice there. Obviously, in the spring availabilities, Chad Scott was there, but I was not there. They only had one, and I missed it. So it was kind of just interesting not hearing Choice yell or seeing him in a hoodie or whatnot, or not seeing him at all. It's obviously now Chad Scott's room, and different aura vibes around him, I'd say, than Choice. And yeah, you can see. Oh, damn it! You could see AJ Milwee hawking a loogie in the background of that one. Here's Christian Clark. As Chip Brown is saying, looks kind of like Saquon with the quads. In this photo, you can kind of see it. Is every bit of 220 or whatever he's listed at, which is very intriguing because he did not come in at that weight. He's probably put on between 15, 20 pounds. And for the most part, out of high school, is kind of looked at as like a jump cutter, make you miss type of guy. And I do still think that's his play style, and that he is kind of the only guy in the program with that type of play style. But putting on the weight to run through dudes, I mean, that intrigues me a lot. I'm curious how it'll look this season. And it's also just, I know we've talked about it a lot, but it is crazy to think that he tore his ACL, his Achilles less than a year ago, and is going 100% fully cleared, no braces, no nothing.
And has been 100% for, the better part of 3 months now. I mean, when we saw him, I think that was in late March or early April, and he had nothing on, and already at that point, like really a month into, what I believe was the timeline, a month into recovery in terms of not, having a brace or anything on, he already looked that big, and he's gotten, even heftier in a good way in those last few months. So I know I've already drilled down on it, but a huge plus for Texas is you kind of, we've talked about how many different ways things could go at that position.
Yeah. And then here's Baxter, who is, obviously in a brace. It's interesting seeing him go through drills because, it's not like we're told he's either going half speed because that's all he can go, or because the staff told him to go half speed. But he clearly is not going full speed like the other guys, and it is very noticeable. He's not limping. There's none of that, but I don't think I've ever been more confident in Trey Wisner being the bell cow versus Ohio State week 1 and not Baxter. And I know Sarkisian, I mean, it was interesting too, just seeing him move around and be like, whoa, what is this going to look like by the end of fall camp? And, then you think about how much Sark has driven it home. Hey, we're not going to play him until he's ready. We're not going to play him until he's ready. We're not going to play him until he's ready. You see the vision why now, hopefully the recovery continues going well. Here's Andre Kojo, who, as crazy as this might sound, because he is a big dude, physically he's in the best shape he's ever been in. I think he's listed at, what do we got him at? 6'6", 335. He showed up to Texas probably around 370 and enrolled as a 16-year-old because he skipped a grade. Super smart kid, but was a member of Texas 23 class and was supposed to be in the 24 class. So he's been in college 2 years already, going into year 3. Hasn't played a ton, but like we said earlier, is in a battle with Brandon Baker for that right tackle spot. Here's Cole. Or
could I break this up real quick just so we, because I think was interesting as we're looking through some of these guys and especially some freshmen. I'm assuming this is about you and Jeff. After one practice of Gooseby, you mentioned you guys thought, he's going to outplay his ranking. Any similar vibes from a freshman this year? I wasn't there yesterday. And I know you were more focused on pictures than anything else. But was there anyone that kind of caught your eye from the start?
You got to look at this roster. It's hard to just think of them off top. I think Dalen McCutcheon is an easy one to say. Even though we had him in the 170s, it's not like he was a 3-star. I believe we had him in the 170s, somewhere around there.
How about Nick Brooks as a low 4-star take for Texas and a guy that was ranked around the 30s for offensive tackle, already slotting in as the second team left tackle? Is that outplaying his ranking? Because in my eyes, if you can get consistent reps at tackle your first year at Texas, that means you're not one of these huge name 5-star guys that came with a hefty NIL package. I think that's a huge accomplishment, right?
Yeah. I'll say with him, I think Nick Brooks is good. I think we should have kept him in the top 247 instead of making him an unranked 4-star, which is priority free agent grade, I should say. But I mean, I don't know. Like what you just said could not matter at all because they could still always go into the
Right.
portal for a left tackle. And I think that is going to depend on how they feel about Brooks after this spring. But to answer that question, I really have liked Jordan Coleman for a long time. He brings right tackle or jumbo guard flexibility. He's like a 6'5", 330-pounder, has 34-inch arms, like has actual left tackle specs, but I think is just better suited for the right side. So I think him, he was a 3-star. I think Grayson Littleton, I mean, we had him as a 4-star. He was ranked in the 70s. He was a top 100 prospect, but not many folks around the Texas program, or I shouldn't say around the Texas program, fans of the Texas program, didn't really know what to expect just because he wasn't on the radar. They offered him in November, and he was committed like a week later. It was very drama-free. And he was a kid who grew up in Kansas, played his freshman year there, and then 2 years in Florida or 3 years in Florida. So, like, he wasn't a huge national recruit as far as like name brand status or whatnot you want to call it. But I think Grayson Littleton, Jordan Coleman, Nick Townsend, even to some degree, as crazy as that sounds, even though he's been there for a few weeks, like I wanted to have him ranked higher. He finished top 100, but I mean, I think he could end up as the highest drafted tight end of the Sark era. So we'll see. Let me come back to that question after today.
Okay.
Sorry?
Yeah. Just one last little thing. I know I'm trying to sync it up when you get the pictures of these players, but I want to make sure that we can kind of break things up here. Sark talked about the freshmen a good amount yesterday. Mentioned Dalen McCutcheon. I really liked this quote about Michael Terry, you know, talking about him as the jack of all trades in high school and someone that they weren't really sure, you know, what they were going to do with him. You know, he says the transition, graduating high school early, getting here, playing the position, and really detailing the position. I didn't think we saw the best version of him today. Today, I saw a really good version of Michael Terry. He looked fast. He looked physically, he was strong. He said he didn't think he saw the best version of Michael Terry, and it was, you know, really good version, but not a great version. But he said it was the best practice he'd had thus far. So that shows you how high expectations are. And it shows you kind of how much optimism there's been from the start with him.
Yeah. I mean, I think with Michael Terry, he's just going to have to be patient. You know, they were in love with him as a prospect after they decided to stop trying to peg him into a square hole. But I mean, hey, like he's kind of in a unique situation. Probably not going to end up as a tight end ever unless he's split out wide because that's not his body type, and he's not, you know, it's not his body type, and he's not an amazing blocker compared to the other options you have on the team at tight end. At outside receiver, like, yeah, he's fast, but, you know, is he Ryan Wingo fast? No, he's not. Is he Ryan Wingo twitchy? Probably not either. So it's kind of like this jumbo slot receiver role. Who else is a slot in the same cycle as him? Dalen McCutcheon. So I'm curious what he's going to end up, you know, playing, getting moved around to Texas. I think he has a lot of versatility. He could, if there's ever a Wildcat, he should be the guy. There's no question about that for me. But I'm really, really curious and intrigued to see all the spots he's going to end up playing, just because I think there are specific places for him to succeed. And also, while we're here with this photo of Kojo, we have him listed at 6'6", 335. The guy to the left of him is Jordan Coleman, who I was just talking about outplaying his ranking. He's listed at 6'5", 354. And he enrolled in June or late May. So only been there for a few weeks, already looks like that. Here's Cole Brevard, who is just a rock in the middle, man. He's huge. Cole Hudson, going to be a second-year starter after starting as a true freshman at right guard. Will be starting year 4 at center. Connor Robertson, also going into year 4, has been, you know, kind of the backup center for the last few years. Has got some spot duty in times like the Red River game or, you know, other duties. Here's Dwayne Akina, you know, was loud and voiceful throughout the practice in the 70s, but you would have never guessed it. Good seeing him back there. Walked all the way up from Moncrief too. Wasn't a golf cart coach, so brownie points there. Here is Imari Winston, who I was very, very pleased with. Just looking at him physically, This is a kid I saw in 7-on-7 in what would have been March of 2024. And we had him listed at 6'2", 230. That was the first time I'd seen him in person, and he was neither 6'2" or 230. He was like 6'1", at least 250. Like, had weight to lose. And it did not look good because 7-on-7, you wear tight uniforms. And I was very worried, concerned about him. Talked to people at Texas. They're like, yeah, we get it. But, we love the skill set is that pass catching and coming from the basketball background too. So he looked great. They have him listed at now 237. I think that's accurate. It's the best he's ever looked physically. And, you can kind of see the basketball background there because the other guys in the tight end room do not have it besides Jordan Washington. Here's Winston again. Ethan Burke didn't get a ton of photos of the DNs because they were down on the other side of the field where they were like 100 yards away, and I didn't want to have to crop it that bad. But Burke looking a little leaner. I noticed Vosick looked a little leaner. Here's Xavier Filsamy going into year 2, going to actually play this year, rotate in with the safeties. And here's Grayson Littleton, who I was talking about earlier. Should be viewed as the nickel of the future, and I think it is very likely to expect him to play nickel and rotate in at nickel this spring. Hero Canoe, the Germany native from the transfer from Ohio State, who played his senior year of high school in California. Very interesting body type. I see the vision, but like he is shaped differently than the other guys in the room.
I mean, just looking off the bat right there, that is not a compare him to the the makeup of the defensive line that Texas had in the portal. You look at a Murad Watson, you look at a Levon Johnson, like Hero Canoe does not look like those guys, and they're all kind of morphed into the same position. But he's been there the longest. I think that's something of note. Although he comes in maybe with the least playing time out of any of the portal additions, he's been there since January, and he's been a full-fledged member of the team.
For sure. Here's Jack Endries, first Texas fall camp, first time folks saw him in a Texas uniform. He was bigger than I expected. Moves well, but was bigger than I expected. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I thought he was like a 6'3", 6'4" guy. He is not. He's taller than that. And it's easy to see why he led Cal in every receiving stat last year. Here's Chris Jackson with DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo, top 2 Texas receivers and their coach. Here's Jamal Fenner, pride of the East Side. Shout out Austin LBJ program he helped build back up. Jamie French, first spring ball in Austin. One thing I've noticed too, man, Matt Golden he's going to have an everlasting impact on the Texas program. Last year, he was the only guy who had these visors. I assume that people were asking him and he was telling them to screw off. He wanted to, be unique, but noticed a lot of these guys had the Matt Golden kind of shiny visor look going yesterday. Here's Jason McIndoe, who is basically the assistant tight ends coach. Worked at Oklahoma State for a long time, like 9 or 10 seasons, is what was their Cowboy backs coach, pretty much like he coached tight ends and fullbacks. And before that, he coached offensive line at Montana State for 10 years. Played at Wazoo with Jeff Banks and Chris Jackson, so they've known each other for a super long time. And, made Texas's life very difficult while he was at Oklahoma State with that Cowboy back. And, man, I'm excited to see what his impact is, at Oklahoma State with what their recruiting kind of footprint is and what they are as a program. They can only recruit so many types of kids, and the fact that he was able to make it work with, these fullbacks that are never going to play a snap in the NFL and beat Texas with guys like that. Now he has NFL players as his personnel. How is this going to work? What's it going to look like? I'm excited to see it. And for those curious, he joined the program in like January or February. For Gundy to keep his job, he basically had to fire his entire assistant staff, and that's how he ended up as a free agent. So as an offensive analyst with Texas this year, and might be his only year in Austin, we'll see. Here's Nick Brooks next to Jaden Chapman. Nick Brooks is 71. Jaden Chapman is 75. Yesterday, Jaden Chapman actually got left tackle 2 reps. The starting O-line was Gooseby at left tackle, Nato Umazulu at left guard, Cole Hudson at center, DJ Campbell at right guard, and Baker at right tackle. And then the backup group was Jaden Chapman at left tackle, Kibble at left guard. The center was Connor Robertson. I'm blanking on the right guard. I think it might have been Stroh. And then the right tackle backup was Kojo. And Brooks went with the threes. So don't know if that's a thing that'll stick going into the season or if they're trying to light a fire under Brooks's ass. I'm not sure what it is, but it could just be randomized order. Who knows? But Brooks looking big next to Chapman. Here's Jeff Banks in what is his 5th season in Austin, 5th fall camp. Here's Jelani McDonald. I think has definitely put on some weight. He's now at 199. I think he was actually at like 200 last year, but he does look bigger. And here's him working with Kenoto Hudson, the new Nichols coach. Or, I mean, he's not new to the staff, but new title. Here's Jarrett Gibson wearing those high socks. He was able to stand out a little bit. Jordan Johnson Bell going into year 2. He actually played in 12 games last year, which kind of surprised me. I mean, not the biggest surprise, but you didn't really notice him. It was obviously special teams, but going to rotate in a bunch this year. Here's J.M. Jones, director of player personnel. Formerly was in charge of the walk-on program, is one of the main guys responsible for Michael Taft actually ending up in the program as a walk-on. Here's Johnny Nansen. I thought this was kind of funny yesterday. He's not wearing any like Texas gear besides shoes, and I don't even know if those have like Longhorn logos on it. Like, yeah.
Seems like we may have lost Jordan. I'm going to try to reconnect here as he's been kind of anchoring this whole show. It's a little bit tough to take over when he's got the pictures and everything up. But we'll just kind of wait for him. And in that time, we'll, he's already talked about the O-line depth. We do have kind of a projected 2 deep of Texas. So Jordan's getting back on here, see if he can replace himself with himself. Oh man,
I love when this happens.
Oh god, this is.
There we go. All right, so sorry. If I cut out, it's because I'm at home at my parents' house. But yeah, so here's Johnny Nansen. I don't know what you were able to hear last, but what I was saying, thought it was funny. He's not wearing any Texas gear. He's just out here coaching. Here's Jonah Williams. I wish I had a better full body shot. But looks great, bigger than he's ever been. He's at 216. Verified throughout his high school career between like 195, was never really heavier than 205. So the fact that he played baseball and was still able to put on the weight is incredibly impressive. And amongst like all the safeties in the room, like it's a bunch of dudes who look like aliens. They're all 6'2" with length. Derek Williams, John and McDonald, you name it. But he is 6'3". And not only does he look over the guys, like he looks much bigger than the rest of the guys in that room. And it's because he's a linebacker-sized safety. So super interesting. Here's John Cunningham, listed at 193 pounds. Yesterday, he was working with the safeties, which is interesting because I believe Sarkisian actually said on Tuesday he'd be working with the Nichols a lot of fall camp. Maybe they're just trying him at different spots. I'm not sure, but is definitely the heaviest I've ever seen him looking. Like I said yesterday, was listed at 190 throughout his high school recruitment, was probably 175, 180 realistically, but is now at 193. Looks about accurate. He has more weight on his bones than I've ever seen him have. Here's another shot of Jordan Coleman, the Cedar Hill O-lineman, one of the Coleman triplets I was talking about earlier. This is what it's supposed to look like if you enrolled 5-6 weeks ago, whatever it was. Looks great. Not going to have to play at all anytime soon, but a guy you can keep in the lab for a long time and, use down the road. Jordan Washington going through what is his 2nd fall camp in Austin. Maybe tight end too. We'll see. Spencer Shannon was on the field a lot during 12 personnel with jack injuries. Not sure if that's a long-term thing or what's going on there, but we'll see. Someone was asking for Justice Terry content. Here's Justice Terry. Worked with the interior D-line group and the edge group yesterday. And the guy next to him is actually Taj James, who is a player personnel analyst for defensive line. He helps evaluate a lot of D linemen in the portal as well as high school, and is actually an LBJ alum who played for Jamal Fenner back in the day. So cool little local story there, keeping it local. Always love that. Here's Cade Phillips. Wish I had a better shot of him, but he has never looked this big before. He played his whole high school career around 160, was maybe 170 at most, and is now listed at 190. And this is what 190 looks like with him. So I think there's a chance he could rotate in that corner by the end of the year. No matter what, he's going to be playing special teams. Here's Khalil Lockett, first spring ball in Austin. Length for days, +6 wing with huge hands. Some of the best ball skills you'll find. Can't wait to see him play. Probably not going to see the field a ton as a freshman, but going forward, definitely will. Here's a funny photo of Kenny Baker trying to show his guys how to do the drill. They're working this double team drill, and that's Cole Brevard and Josiah Sharma blocking him. Here's Mookie Taff, pride of Austin Westlake, working with the walk-ons. Thought that was cool. And that's also Kenoto Hudson coaching him. Jelani McDonald again with Hudson. Here's Kenoto Hudson on the left and Mark Orphy on the right. Nickel and corners coaches. Here's KJ Lacey. This is a better shot of him throwing next to Matthew Caldwell. Like I said, physically looks better than he's ever looked. And then there's KJ and Arch again. This is basically just a big shot. Left to right, Nate Kibble's 70. Connor Robertson is 62. 76 is Jackson Christian, who, is a true freshman out of P&G. 77 is Kojo, and then Brandon Baker is on the far right wearing 73. So, hey, those are one of your right tackle starters if you're a Texas fan, and the two dudes on the right, probably Baker, but, Kojo isn't going to go down easy. Here's Levon Johnson warming up. I noticed I thought I had it on here somewhere. He had his ankle was taped, and he didn't compete in all the drills that the rest of the D linemen did, only some of them. So curious, what the deal is with that injury. Here's another shot of Orphy. This is Matthew Caldwell, number 18, throwing next to KJ Lacey. He looked pretty damn good. Accurate. I think right now, as much as I love Trey Owens, Caldwell is going to be the QB2 going into the season. Don't think that's decided by any means. That's just speculation from me, but I think that is the way it is looking or trending. Here's Melvin Hills, who, in years past, we'd go out here, he would stand out with the rest of the D-line room, and not really for a good reason because his body type and the way he looked was different than others. That is gone this year. He's blending in, and I think that is a great sign. Still probably a year away, but, hey, if they can get him and Alex January to pan out from Bo Davis's recruiting guys, they'll be like 2 for 10. So that's good news no matter what. Here's Mookie Taff again. This is Mike Jenkins, who is Kenny Baker's assistant D-line analyst. He's been with Texas. This is either his second or third season, and probably he's not going to be there much longer. He does a really good job. People rave about him behind the scenes, and, as people have shown, analysts can get jobs when they work in programs under coaches like Sark. Here's Michael Terry. Thought it was interesting. He's at 211. I know his senior year he got up to like 217, 220. And it looked like really good weight, not bad weight. So the fact that he's cut some is interesting. Maybe they're trying to get him faster, more explosive, not sure. Here's Myron Charles, 33. The guy to the left of him is Isaiah Coleman, who is the defensive lineman of the Coleman triplets. With Charles, looks longer than some of the other guys. Here's Nate Kibble. One thing I noticed about him, he's heavier than he's ever looked. Bigger than he's ever looked. I don't know if that was strategery or whatnot, because I think there might be some bad weight in some places, but for the most part, good. Nato Umeozulu, very likely to be the left guard starter, first year starting. It'll be year 4 for him, and was, a 4-star top 100 prospect or like top 110 overall prospect out of high school. It's not his time to shine. And then there's Brooks Chapman again. Here's Nick Townsend. Pride of Spring Decaney. Love me some Nick Townsend. Was violent with the ball, violent after the catch. Just, I love him. It gets me excited watching him catch footballs. Here's Parker Livingstone. Someone talked about him earlier, looking locked in. Ryan Niblett. For whatever reason, he's still listed on the roster. They handed out as a DB, but he's wearing an orange jersey, which means he's on offense. He played on offense at receiver. And from what we've heard, I do think he'll end up playing kind of like a Keelan Robinson, almost gadget running back receiver role where there's like scheme design plays for him. I think that is what ends up happening with him. Here's Ryan Wingo, who definitely looks bigger, has put on weight, and it's very noticeable. He's now at 6'2", 214. I think last year he was like 202 or somewhere around there. So
yeah, I have a Sark said yesterday, there's very few guys in college football, regardless of position, that can run all day, run all over the field at over 210. And especially when they gain that weight, sometimes you have the speed and you have the, weight concerns. And there's less of a decline there. There's oftentimes more of a decline when you add on 10 or 15 pounds. And now Wingo, I think he's more than that since he's been on campus. But a lot of encouragement, that he's a big body guy, what he maybe lacks in height in a true wide receiver run in the SEC, he makes up for in all other aspects physically.
Yeah. And I mean, man, like he was out of high school, 190, 195. Like that is a big jump. And the fact that it's not like he slowed down, like you said, like this is not a normal thing. Not all bodies can go through things like that. Another example of Wingo just being a special player. That's Wingo again. Here's Josiah Sharma, who, I mean, by God, 356, looks every bit of it, is without doubt the biggest dude on the roster. And I think the question I got asked earlier about, who's going to outplay the ranking, I think Josiah Sharma will. He finished in the back end of the top 247 for us. I think he was in the 220s. Probably not going to be a round 7 pick at this point, I don't think. Maybe I'm just getting too ahead of myself, but the body type is rare. The athleticism with that frame is rare. And, I mean, an NFL defensive tackle starter kid, he just has to develop. And then there's Sharma again. Here's Trey Wisner, who definitely looked bigger. I wish I had a better full body shot of him, but he definitely looked bigger. You can also kind of tell. I hate using this term because it is kind of corny or cheesy to me, but he is the alpha. Like Arch Manning's obviously the guy. It's his team. He's the face of the program, arguably the face of college football. And like the defense is Michael Taft and, Anthony Hills. The offense is Trey Wisner and Arch Manning's. I think that's without doubt. Kind of an Energizer Bunny leader type and different leadership style than Bijan Robinson or Roshan Johnson, with similar vibes as just, a running back taking over kind of ownership of the team. Here's Trevor Gooseby, who sources have raved about at Texas since he showed up. They fully believe this is his last year in Austin and that he will be an NFL draft pick. Day 1 or day 2, not sure. It'll be up to how he plays this year, but nonetheless. Yeah. And then here's Trey Moore, who made the move to linebacker. Look at those quads, man.
It's a big guy. It's a big guy for off-ball backer.
Yeah.
Can't think of how many are probably bigger than him in the conference and in the country.
He's listed at 6'3", 249. Last year, he was, I believe, listed at 230 or 235. At least he was listed at 230 by UTSA. So the fact that they moved him from edge to off-ball backer and put weight on him kind of intrigues me. Like, is he actually going to be able to move as well, or is this 4D chess where you're just going to blitz him as an off-ball backer for the first 4 games of the year? Curious to see how it unfolds. And in the background,
I'm going to go ahead and head out of here.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow. But you've, as I said when you were gone, you've been anchoring this whole show. I'm going to let you take it home here. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Actually, no, I won't. Today's Thursday. So I'll see you Tuesday with, maybe some more recruiting news as we kind of may not have enough content from one availability by Tuesday. But I'll see you guys then.
Sir, see you, Will. Thanks. But, yeah, with Trey Moore, very curious to see how this is going to unfold. Don't have much else to say. The guy to the left of him, 26, is Anthony Smith. The guy to the right of him, 32, is Brady Sarkeesian. Whose son that is. Sorry, excuse me. Here's Wardell Mack. Here's another Matt Golden type visor. Warren Roberson, who is now, what do we have him at? 6 foot 188. He looks thinner than he's ever been. I don't know if that's to improve explosiveness, twitchiness. I heavily assume so. But he was 195, 200 pounds out of high school at Red Oak. Like, he looked bigger than this at Red Oak. I saw him play as a senior. So that's interesting to me because he hasn't had this look up until this fall camp. Obviously, I wasn't there in spring ball, but I mean, hey, we've consistently heard his name. You know, they're not just going to give Malik Muhammad a starting spot back and just hand it to him. I think that is obviously what ends up happening. I doubt he loses his job. But the corners, it's Manny Muhammad, Kobe Black, and Gilbo, and then Roberson. I do think Muhammad is going to retain a starting role. Like I said, the other side, Kobe Black or Gilbo, who knows at this point, either or. But Roberson is going to be rotating in a bunch, playing the most he's ever played. And, hey, we'll see if he's on special teams again after the last few years. Will Randall, a good friend of Arch Manning, Isidore Newman product. Here's Zealous Hicks next to Jelani McDonald. Like, Zealous was a kid who I saw at Under Armour Atlanta, what would have been February of 2024. Didn't get to really size him up, didn't get too close to him, but he is legit 6'2". Again, this is him next to Jelani McDonald, who's every bit of 6'2". So they clearly have a type of safety body type that they're looking for at that safety position. Here's Zeke Umeozulu, twin brother of Zena. He is a walk-on defensive back, 6'3", 6'4", works with safeties, corners. Could be a guy down the line, at least on special teams or something else. And that's pretty much it. Those are all the photos I had. If you got any questions, drop them in the chat. I'm going to go through a few of these. What do we have here? David Keith Williams said Melvin Hills may be the most slept-on Longhorn on the roster. Basically, every 2024 recruit has shown some promise of potentially being a difference maker. He has had a quiet redshirt year, though. He has. He also, he had a lot of injuries in high school, had a really good sophomore year, missed most of his junior year. So his recruitment was interesting. It was like Texas, Auburn, Ole Miss, and then like Tulane's and G5s and stuff. And some of that was obviously because of the injury, but recovering from the injury was put together in an interesting way, had to reshape his body, and that's happened now. But going to be very interesting to track. There's a very good chance he might not end up on the field till, year 3 or 4. It'll depend on how those transfers do and who comes back, who leaves. David Keith Williams said Josiah Sharma may be the closest thing to Devondre Sweat among the defensive tackles and nose tackles on the roster. Travis Shaw is physically close, but Sharma has 4 years to develop. He could be productive like Sweat also. I like that comp a lot. Travis Shaw is a special, unique prospect that, 6'4", 300 pounds and athletic, but he doesn't move like Devondre Sweat does. Devondre Sweat is an incredibly rare athlete who had a great rookie season with the Titans and all that. So I agree with you, man. I think, like you said, Josiah Sharma can be the closest thing to T-Sweat, or closest thing since T-Sweat. And David Keith Williams said, I know Trey Moore will likely be an NFL linebacker, but I wish we could have gotten him close to 255 at weak side D end, allowing Brad Spence to remain an off-ball linebacker, outside linebacker. Yeah, the Brad Spence move, it's like, is this going to be permanent, or is this something to mess with Ohio State? We got to figure that out. Not sure quite yet. And I also do think, Trey Moore, though he's going to be a linebacker, is going to play a lot of edge. And Brad Spence, though he's an edge, is going to play a lot of linebacker. There's versatility there. And if you have both those dudes on the same field with a Justice Terry and a Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill, you can drop one of them back off the line and rush Anthony Hill off ball. Or there's so many different things you can do with that versatility with those two players, especially if they are on the field together. Jose said, damn, haven't seen you in a minute, Jose. What's up? Said, you're done. Does Taft at nickel solve the excess of safeties Texas has and to get them all on the field? It can. So the three players, I should say, that Texas wants on the field as much as possible: Derek Williams, Jelani McDonald, and Michael Taft. Jelani McDonald and Mookie have both gotten reps in with the nickels this spring. It seems like Jelani has gotten the most amount of nickel reps out of anyone, at least in that group. So I do think Jelani will probably end up as the nickel with Mookie and Derek Williams back at safety. But, hey, Mookie can play nickel, so we'll see. Personally, I think Jelani suits it best as far as body type, play style, and willingness and ability to pursue the ball, because the nickel position to some degree is almost a linebacker depending on the team you're playing. And I mean, Jelani McDonald, he was a high school quarterback who had like a 47-foot triple jump and averaged a double-double in basketball. It was just an athlete that we looked at a high school as a potential linebacker, corner, safety, jumbo, nickel. There's so many things he could do, and there still are so many things he can do. And if you have him at nickel, you basically have 3 linebackers on the field with 4-2-5, while also having a legit nickel who can actually cover. So I think Jelani is best suited to play the nickel this year with Mookie and Derek Williams behind. But like I keep saying, they have so much versatility. There's so many different things they can do. And I mean, they're going to do what they can to always have the best 11 on the field, no matter the no matter the team they're playing. Nathan said A&M updated their height and weight roster. Every player shrunk 1 to 2 inches. That's poor strength conditioning. Yeah, I'll try to get you some Red Anderson photos today. We got one more availability. David Keith Williams said, I really hope Kobe Black and Warren Roberson play cornerback well enough to either push the current starters or earn a starting cornerback position opposite of Money Muhammad. I like that one, Money Muhammad. Will Littleton overtake Wardell? That is a great question. That is honestly a phenomenal question. Kind of in wait-and-see mode. If I said anything, it'd purely be a prediction. I'm not ready to make that prediction yet, but that is honestly a great question. I also do think that they're both going to be cross-trained no matter what to play nickel or corner. Wardell Mack, or I should say I think Littleton, just off the athletic profile, body type measurements, and honestly the player, I think profile's better as a nickel, and you can make Wardell a better corner than you could Littleton, if that makes sense. But like I said, man, a lot of versatility there. David Keith Williams said Smith Rugbo in 2025 could be the Melvin Hills in 2024. I see the vision, except a Rugbo is, or I should say was, a better prospect out of high school than Hills. The thing about Rugbo is he showed up to Texas at 206 pounds. He is now, where do we have this? Let's see what they have him at. He is now listed at 6'4", 222. Didn't get to lay eyes on him yesterday. Hank did. He was over in like this kind of injury tent deal. He had a season-ending injury in what was October or September of his senior year. Got surgery, missed all spring ball, and is obviously missing fall camp and still rehabbing. So I see the vision there, but he's more of like, this is a very lazy comp, but it's the easiest way I can describe this. Like a Zeno Umeozulu type, or speed rusher, super long, but needs to add weight. Zeno Umeozulu showed up to Texas at about 220 pounds, 215 maybe. He's now 260 or 264. He is 262 on the roster. Zena is. So Smith the Rugbo basically has to do that to be playable, because you cannot be playable under 230 pounds at edge, especially if you're a speed guy with length. So there's only one Colin Simmons, I should say. But I do see the vision. David Keith Williams again said Trey Moore is just shy of 250 and has been moved to linebacker. Brad Spence is barely above 250 and has been moved up to weak side the end. Those moves are unusual to me. I agree with you. Keith Williams said, I hope Coach PK uses the defense with 3 safeties more, because Mookie, Taft, Derek Williams, and Jelani McDonald are all more safeties than they are anything else. Agree with you on that. Is Phil Simi cross-training all? Believe it's just at safety, maybe some nickel. I haven't heard or seen anything corner. I didn't see any nickel yesterday, but I heavily assume he's gotten reps there because they're trying to cross-train these guys. But at the end of the day, he's 1,000% more safety or nickel than he will be a corner. I don't really know how else to put it besides that. David Keith Williams said Littleton has been on campus for 4 months. He's a true freshman, while Wardell Mack has been in the program an entire year. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like I highly doubt Littleton could overtake Wardell Mack as a starter or even in the rotation this season, but going forward, he could end up as a starter and Matt could be moved to corner or whatnot. So, Rodney Smith said, I hear Muhammad's name and evokes thoughts of him getting burned. I hope he's improved. A lot of people say this, like, Yes, he got cooked the Clemson game. That was the best receiver unit Texas played all year besides Ohio State. And I mean, yeah, that's what happened. I think anyone can agree with me that Cade Klubnik performed better, had a better quarterback performance versus Texas than anyone else did last year. So I mean, hey, we all have good days, we have bad days, but yeah. Yeah, David Keith Williams, I agree with you on the Rugboa side comp there. But hey, you wanna I think being grateful is a huge part of life. Let's stick with me here. I'm watching, for whatever reason, the Texas versus Texas Tech 2023 game last year. Or not from last year, from 2023. Highlights are great. The next video that pops up is the Texas-Washington Sugar Bowl highlights. I'm like, damn, am I really going to make myself do this and watch these 20 minutes? I did. It was the first time I've watched that game since I watched it live. And, man, just seeing – all right, it's like, hey, Byron Murphy, Devontae Sweat. And then it's like the edge rushers are Jed Bush and Justice Finkley in a game that would put Texas in the college football national championship. And the edge rushers, again, are Jed Bush and Justice Finkley. Jed Bush does not even get evaluated under this staff. Or, I mean, he was a walk-on, so I should say maybe not, maybe so. But Finkley, I mean, he was a guy that got pushed out. So Texas, I think they've upgraded everywhere year over year. And, you know, those are obviously the guys off the bench, the second rotation. But, like, if Texas has come so far depth-wise, substitution, rotation-wise, where they don't only have two edge rushers that can make an impact. They have 4 or 5, 6 of them. So, man, just be grateful if you're a Texas fan for what's going on in Austin, because this is not a normal thing across college football. There are only so many teams that are in the current state of the program that Texas is, and man, it is a good time to be a fan of the Burnt Orange. So just wanted to leave that there. Tomorrow, Nick has something going on in training camp with the Cowboys. So if you won't be able to do our show, I'll either have Will on here again or someone else. If y'all want me to get a specific guest, I guess drop them in the comments and I'll do what I can. But yeah, that's pretty much it. There will be another Texas football practice media availability later today. Sorry, I just got a funny text. But there will be another media availability today, starting at 2:45. They had us for an hour yesterday. It's the longest I've ever been given, to, I guess, be at a practice, the longest the media's ever had at a practice in my time on the beat, which has been since June of 2023. And I do think part of that was because we were supposed to have 2 availabilities in the spring, and they canceled one and never rescheduled it. So we only got 1. So I do think that's part of it, but also, like, in the past when Texas has given us like 40 minutes on day 1, day 2, we usually only get like 15 to 20. So probably not going to have nearly as many photos, videos, not just from me, but the rest of the media market today. But hey, man, stay tuned. It's fall camp. Football's back. We got football tonight, a first preseason game of the year. The whole world gets to get reminded that Trey Lance still plays football. He's going to be the Chargers starting quarterback tonight. If you're bored, I will be watching. So yeah, y'all have a great one. Have a great Thursday. Up next, what do we got here? Up next, Texas defensive back Jalen Guilbeau joins Third and Longhorn to talk about his goals and expectations for the upcoming season. Shout out Jalen Guilbeau, 409 Port Arthur Memorial. I don't think there's anyone in the program that loves riding horses more than Jalen Guilbeau does. It's all over his Instagram. Love that. He is who he is and has never changed. So shout out to him. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. Peace. See you, and have a great Thursday.